evening, everyone. It is 7:30, and I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission on February 24th, 2025 at 7:30 p.m. here in the Municipal Building on Martin Street. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer. Here.
All right, we next move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. We have no guests and no announcements, so we will move to appointments. We have an appointment to the Public Arts Board. We have two openings. I think the one that we are likely looking at this evening is to appoint a regular member to serve the remainder of a 3-year term that expires January 28, 2028. And we have one applicant, Mr. Jacob Baer. Thank you, Mr. Baer. If you would state your name and address and why you're interested in serving.
My name is Jacob Baer. My address is 371 East Frank Street, Birmingham, Michigan 48009. Well, I live and I work in Birmingham. I grew up in Oak Park, so I've always, seen the 555 building coming up forward. This is a place I've always wanted to be, and I wanted to take this opportunity to be a part of the community. I am an artist. I'm a musician outside of what I do at my office. This was just a way for me, other than to walk around looking at the art, to really inspire the community. I'm also a chair for the PTA. I do the Reflections program. That's our art program, and it was a way for me to first step into that public realm. Now I want to do something that's going to have a different kind of effect, so that's why I'm here.
All right, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Baer? I note that you also state that you are a creative and a photographer.
Yes, that's correct. I started photography very young. My father was a photographer.
Okay.
As I got older, I'm a musician, and I was finding that it wasn't something I could do at night, so I started with photography. And I very quickly fell in love with it and realized it was a way to meet people, to share this community. First of all, I've been taking lots of pictures of Birmingham families, things like that, and that's how I got into that.
All right. Commissioner Host.
Hey, could I nominate Jacob Baer to be appointed as a regular member to the Public Arts Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire January 28th, 2028. And I'm in love with this guy because he met his wife at a gallery.
We still go all the time.
All right, so seeing no other nominations, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Congratulations, and if you'll please stay until we address the next nomination.
I will. Thank you.
All right, we also have an opening for an alternate member for the Multimodal Transportation Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term expiring October 27, 2025, Mary Ellen Broderick.
Hello, everyone. My name's Mary Ellen Broderick. I live at 808 Colonial Court, Birmingham. I'm here for the pedestrian walking. Been a member of a resident for 35 plus years. My kids grew up here. Went to Home Name, Brother Rice, See Home, Marion, all that good stuff. So, with that being said, I have seen too many close calls around even marked pedestrian ways crossing, like Horton Lake to Maple, across that way where there's a push a button. No one knows how to use it. That needs to be educated and, we need to educate and inform. Like literally something right there at the light, as well as maybe putting these into schools and just to say, reminder, this is what we need. Also, there's just the Harmon and off of Woodward, Old Woodward, there's just too much traffic, too many cars that are not being obliging to pedestrians. And this happens not only during the events that are happening in the, the festival during the summer, but happens all the time. People aren't paying attention. People have kids. That needs to be also flagged to either have clearly marked that people have got to stop, not work around the families that are there. They're not paying attention. Whether or not they put a marking, or the nice flag that they have on, or the yellow light on Woodward near Speedway. So that's what my goal is, to somehow educate the community, both pedestrians and vehicle drivers.
Have you reviewed the Multimodal Transportation Board charter to understand what parts of that are the purview of the Multimodal Transportation Board? Because, for example, education in the schools would not be.
No, I have not reviewed that recently. So no, that's just, if that's beyond the realms, I'm fine with that. But I would work within the realms and the confines of what is allowed.
Okay, and I note that you had been an applicant for the open.
Yes, and I apologize. Either I arrived too late when last time. And then January, I messed up.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Commissioner Hay.
So you haven't reviewed the scope of the board, and you talked a lot about pedestrians. You do understand that the multimodal, it's not a pedestrian board. It covers multimodal. Pedestrian is one small piece of a very large pie, so it's looking at everything. It's also looking at the drivers that you're saying aren't educated and what they need. And then bicycle infrastructure, bus infrastructure, future mobility, micro-mobility. It's a holistic view. It's not a slice.
Sure.
It's the entire ecosystem.
And I can talk to that too. I mean, the bike pedestrian pathways are, the bike pathways are egregious. They just end. The kids use them and things like that. So yes, I'm aware of the different, platforms that are needed and what's inside that. But that was my highlight. That's something that I was just pushing as the forefront.
Okay.
Commissioner Long.
I'm just curious, you seem to be a better fit on the Public Arts Board. I mean, you taught at CCS, an
Yes, I did.
amazing school. I just think you'd be a better fit there.
Okay.
And they have an opening for an alternate if you'd like to apply for that.
Yeah.
I just think that, I'm always in awe of the creative studies school, because I wasn't blessed with the gift of creative. I wish I could. I wish I could sing too, but that wasn't in the cards either.
I'm an award-winning writer too.
I really truly think that you would be really awesome on the Public Arts Board.
If there's an opening, I would love to do that. Also, what I'll do is take my courses to the community publications and create articles to just have that put into that. Also regarding, pedestrians and what's going on with multimodal, I can't say that, air aspects.
That if you served on the Public Arts Board, you could still come to the multimodal board meetings and provide input.
There we go. I did not know
During
that.
public comment.
During public comment.
Any board.
Any
During
board.
Public comment.
Yeah.
Anyone. It's open to everybody.
Now I talk a lot, so I don't know. I don't want to open that up.
Well,
No, just kidding.
all right, so there is an opening as an alternate member, just as this position was alternate, to the Public Arts Board for a term that lasts till January 28th of 2028 instead of this one, which ends in October.
Sure.
I think you could turn in an application for that at any time, since it's a rotating open position, and we would love to have you back to talk about your art experience.
Oh, you got it.
All right, thank you very
Well,
much.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, and so, Ms. Bingham, would you swear in, please, Mr. Baer?
Yep. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of the office of Public Arts Board member according to the best of my ability.
I do.
Sign right here and print right there, and then I'll fill in the rest. So just sign and print. All set. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we now move to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment for something that is not on this evening's agenda, you are welcome to come to the microphone and state your name and address and make a comment that we would ask you to limit to 3 minutes. If you are watching virtually, you can also use the raise your hand function. I see no one in the room. And I see no one online. So we will move to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Any items commissioners wish to remove?
5I, please.
5I. Any others? Are there any items that a member of the public would wish to remove from the consent agenda? Again, you can come to the microphone or use the raise your hand function. Seeing none, could we have a motion?
Move the consent agenda with the exception of item I.
I'll second from the website.
All right. We have a motion, a second. Any comments on the motion? Roll call vote, please, Ms. Bingham.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
All right, and Commissioner Emmerine, would you like to handle I now, please?
Yeah, my only question on 5I, and I think I get it, but city attorney, forgive me, objected to form, so on and so forth, and I saw the other things after that, and I'm assuming that's because we're waiting on the ZBA meeting. Once the ZBA meeting happens, I see that there's 2 options in red in the minutes. Once that happens, whether they approve or deny, that will be updated to the appropriate one based on the comments at the ZBA meeting, and then we can proceed with this immediately right after. It doesn't have to come back to the commission. Is that true?
No, that's not true. It will be updated depending on what happens at the BZA, but it will still come to the city commission no matter what.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yes, because it's opening us up.
That's what I thought.
And
Okay.
you know, and then we have the opportunity to raise any concerns that we have at that point.
That's it, that was my only concern.
Yeah, so if you'd like to move that motion then?
Can I make one just small addition too?
Yeah.
I was actually going to pull it too, just because anytime there's a public hearing, I think it's worthy of just mentioning that there'll be a public hearing on this on March 24th.
Why don't you tell them what it's about?
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. There's going to be a public hearing on March 24th, 2025 to consider the special land use permit amendment, final site plan and design review application for 225 East Maple, which is social kitchen
For their outdoor dining or
for their outdoor dining or whatever they're proposing.
All right.
Support.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion from the commission? Any comments from the public? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. We now move to, and we will also note that item K was thanking Bev Erickson for her service on the museum board, which will also have a vacancy that will be posted shortly. We now move to the city manager's report for February 2025, which I think we can go through with haste this evening, if you don't mind.
Haste. Got it. Okay, from the Baldwin Public Library, you can see that they're proud that they just got new pictures of their new phase of the addition, and they're going to be putting them on library cards. They have several good programs going on in the next couple of weeks. English language practice, conversation, lifelong learning on unrecognized women in history, teen night out, as well as a speaker regarding the Detroit Lions. From the Oh, I'm sorry. And also from the museum, they're working on an oral history project to document Birmingham memories called What's Your Story? And that'll be part of a future exhibit. The Birmingham Shopping District they hosted on February 6th and 7th a Keep It Real social training for local businesses within the BSD to come and learn a little bit more about online digital marketing and social media. They also indicate that they're planning for their special events, which I'm pretty sure you saw on the consent agenda. There's multiple ones that we're on tonight. And also, Erica Bassett, our Birmingham Shopping District Director, was asked to serve in an advisory and oversight role on Oakland County's new tourism committee. So she will be doing that, so we thank her for that. From the building department, there's a monthly report. You can get the link to it in the manager's report if you want to take a look at that. From the city clerk's office, save the date for the annual Birmingham Hometown Parade on May 18th that's put on, and we're looking for anybody that's interested in marching in the parade, in volunteering, to help organize the parade, to sponsor the parade, or to sponsor the Shane Park after party, or be a vendor in the Shane Park, which is right after the parade. With regards to the Greenwood Cemetery, DPS will be conducting spring cleanup in the cemetery in March, so that'll be coming up in a few weeks. From the city manager's office, since I'm going to go quickly, I won't go through all of these. The updates for the 400 East Lincoln project, the Birmingham Community and Senior Center, you'll hear more about that tonight. You've heard a lot about it at this level. So basically, this report just went through all of the things that have happened since we last reported on it in December in the city manager's report. So for anyone that's watching and is interested in this project, you can follow along by either watching the city commission meetings, going to watch the ad hoc senior/recreation center committee meetings, or we also have a whole section on the website with updates on that project to tell you what's going on. From the engineering department, they will be starting a door knocking effort to replace the remaining lead water services in town. Also, they'll be having a property owner meeting in mid-March to talk about the project Wimbledon Phase 1 that's coming up in the near future. From the fire department, they're looking for anybody who's interested in donating blood. They're going to be doing a blood drive on Friday, March 14th at the Birmingham Fire Station number 1 at 572 South Adams, and that will run from 7:30 until 1:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. And the Red Cross will be on hand organizing that. From the Human Resources Department, we just have one new hire in parking part-time assistant, and then we have 2 promotions in the police department. Rebecca Springer was promoted to lieutenant, and Stefan Seitz was promoted to sergeant. The annual February hiring anniversaries that we do every month to tell you how many people have been working here for how long. We've got a lot of them. This particular month, there's three people on the list that are 20 years or more of service to the city of Birmingham. Raymond Faze with the police department, 20 years. Christine Williams with the police department, 27 years. And Teresa Hart with the library, 29 years. So we thank all of those employees, including all the ones I didn't list off by name, for all of their service to the community. Currently, we're seeking candidates for 2 full-time positions, a building inspector and plumbing and mechanical inspector. Also, there's an update in here on the residency requirements for employees. I believe it was at this meeting that somebody brought up whether or not we could require employees to reside in the community. So the HR department has just put an update that says you can't prohibit, there's an act that prohibits employers from requiring employees to reside in the specific community. You can limit employees, their location, but it cannot be. You can establish a residency requirement provided that it does not restrict employees from living within a boundary of less than 20 miles. So you could say everybody that's applying has to live within 25 miles or less, but you can't say 19 and a half miles or less. Where the 20 miles came from, I'm not sure, but that's what the law says. So some comments were made about we wanted to make sure that our employees understood the community and participated in the culture of the community. And I think we had some discussions about that, and I just wanted to verify that yes, in fact, they do. We do have many off-site trainings or events. For instance, we had a mental health awareness speaker last summer at Seaholm High School. We had a holiday luncheon at DPS, an employee picnic at Springdale, training in the library. We do do actively promote all city events for all of our employees to attend. And as I attend most of them, I do see many employees and their children attending those events. So we will continue to do that so that everybody feels like they are engaged and part of the community as a whole. From the planning department, some bad news for us. Brooks Cowan is going to be leaving. He has resigned. He has put in his resignation. He's been here. He started as an intern in 2015 and then went to the planning department and came on full-time as a city planner in 2018. He is pursuing a promotion or a different job, also in planning industry. So we're very sad to see him go, but we certainly wish him well. He's done a lot of great work for the city while he's been here. Retail analysis, a lot of work with Baldwin House in the recent past, the Woodward Avenue Road Diet, multimodal board. So we are sad to see him go, but we wish him well in moving on.
Is he gone?
Pardon me?
Is he gone?
No, he's still here, I believe, till the end of the month, I think.
Good.
I think this week is his last week.
Yes. Well, would you please extend the commission's thanks for his contributions and his service? He's been a wonderful asset. His work on the Baldwin House with Ms. Kucher and yourself was excellent, and he's just always just had the best of intentions. He does his due diligence, and he's just been an asset to the city.
He is one of our best researchers. We're going to be so sad to see him go.
Yeah.
But we wish him well in his new endeavor. From the Multimodal Transportation Board, I just skipped over some of the BZA and the Planning Board and Historic Districts, so if you're interested, you can read it. Multimodal Transportation Board, I know this will be of particular interest. On February 6th, they reviewed 9 different potential speed mitigation measures for Shirley and Arlington. They did vote to move forward to do further study on the option to narrow the traffic lanes with paint, to add traffic calming islands, one-way bike lanes, and non-motorized curbed two-way pathways. Not a sidewalk, but similar. So you'll hear more from that because it'll go to the multimodal board for further study, and then it'll come ultimately to the commission. Also from the police department, Lieutenant Faze, as I mentioned, who has hit his 20 years. Unfortunately, we're also going to be losing him. He is retiring after 20 years of service to the city of Birmingham, 30 years in law enforcement. He was with the Carleton and River Rouge police departments before coming here. He will definitely be missed. He's a fabulous asset to our police force as well. So we wish him well in his retirement. Another update from the police department, we had Birmingham police officer Scott McIntyre, who was nominated for the Task Force Officer of the Year award. He is on the task force, let's see, what's it called? The FBI Financial Crimes Task Force. As you know, there are several task forces in the region, and oftentimes we have people from our police force that will go and serve on these, and he has done such an outstanding job that the FBI office in Detroit was so pleased with him that they nominated him for the Task Force Officer of the Year. So if you want to read, there's a letter in here from the FBI person that nominated him with all kinds of wonderful things to say about all of his work. So we definitely thank him for all of his hard work on that task force. And of course, that brings a lot of information and tools back to us in Birmingham as well. Also from the police department, there will be the 4th annual Skate with a Cop. I didn't make that, that's their name. Skate with a Cop at the Birmingham Ice Arena on Lincoln on Sunday, March the 2nd. And so that's this coming Sunday, and it'll be at 2:30 p.m. if anybody wants to bring their kids out and skate with the police. That's always a fun time. Parking systems update from the parking department. Chester garage repairs continue. As you know, Ram Construction has been working over there. They have been delayed a little bit by some of the weather, but they're still working hard over there. And then we have William Kolb joining as the newest member on the Advisory Parking Committee. And there's also a report in here on the monthly parking activities. Also, you may have seen, I sent around an email today. We had an issue overnight with regards to our systems, updating them. So we have had the parking gates at all of the parking decks up this afternoon so that people could get in and out. They hopefully will be working by tomorrow, but we're leaving them up right now because if somebody went in there and didn't take a ticket, they just drove in, and we put them down, they wouldn't be able to get out. So they're up for they're staying up for the rest of the day, and that's my update.
All right, thank you.
Was it fast?
That was fair.
That was excellent. So, thank you very much. And again, all of the information that was not covered is available in the agenda packet, which is available online on the city's website. We now move to unfinished business. Our first item of unfinished business is the presentations from Next and the YMCA that the commission requested at the last meeting. Ms. Ecker.
Yes, and so both organizations are here. They have sent a PowerPoint. So I would ask Chris Braun, are you here? Yes, I did not see you. If you want to go up to the computer, it's up there. And it's just across the bottom of the screen. If you need me to pull it up, I can. But you can sit up there if you'd like. So we do have a PowerPoint that was submitted by Next and then from the YMCA. So we have Parrish Underwood who will be presenting the YMCA next. Do you want me to come up and?
No, just, I could do this. Thank you. Not that one, though.
Down the bottom, PowerPoint. Chris Braun, Executive Director of Next.
Also a Birmingham resident for 35 years or more, actually. At any rate, I am grateful for the opportunity to give you a little bit of background and forecasting for Birmingham Next. As you probably know, we were started in 1978 by the Birmingham Public Schools. We were an offshoot of their community education and their senior education. It was an effort to extend a stronger relationship between the older adults and the 9 communities that the schools served, and it was initiated because they thought lifelong learning and community engagement was such an important part of the school district. You know, all the parents that are there and then the grandparents, and it was a great way to launch that program, and that's why we're a little bit different as a 501c3 than just under a municipality like so many other senior centers are. We started in Derby back in '78 in one room, and now today we're a bustling, supportive community center. And I think our 47-year history tells a great story and one of success. We have several points of pride here that we're excited about. As you can see, we have continuous growth year after year, and each year supersedes the year before that. I think these numbers do speak to, you know, the trust the community has in us, our community engagement, as well as our innovative programming that's attracting members and increasing the daily attendance. So membership's one thing, but what I love to see is the engagement when people come to the building and actually utilize our facilities and engage in our speakers, as well as, you know, make these casual conversations and social connections and then develop a social network from that. We also have a very diverse revenue stream, which allows us to meet the increasing demands of today's seniors. As you know, they're growing exponentially. Our revenue stream is a mosaic put together, which helps us quite a bit to withstand a storm. We have, of course, municipal funding, which is very important. We have very strong fund appeals, fundraising, plan giving, sponsorships, grants, programs, and, of course, in-kind donations. So those different streams of funding allow us, like I said, a little bit from everything is much better than if one stream dried up for one reason or another. We'd still be in a strong financial position. We have been able to sustain all of our programs and services that the Birmingham residents rely on, regardless of 2 recessions and a pandemic where we never closed. That's something that we are very proud of. We never closed our doors during COVID. We, of course, stopped programming, and we stayed open for, you know, Meals on Wheels, for medical equipment loans, for counseling, for our library. People came in and out getting books, and we never, ever had a case of COVID come out of Next. And as soon as the governor allowed us to start, you know, programming outside, that's where you see the big tent up there. We got the biggest tent we could afford and put it in the courtyard and did all of our activities outside in the courtyard. And it was a blessing for a lot of our members because, you know, if COVID isn't enough of a problem, isolation certainly is too. So our volunteers are a huge point of pride for us. We have over 200 skilled volunteers that provide critical support in every aspect of what Next does. We have volunteers, 2 or 3 of them, that work the front desk every single day. We have volunteers that teach classes, that facilitate programs, that, you know, come in for special events. They're board members, of course, they're committee members, they drive for Meals on Wheels. We have knitters that knit little sweaters and blankets and put them on sale. We have, intergenerational volunteers. We really couldn't do it without our volunteers. As I said there, our programming would be considerably less without our volunteers, or our staff would have to grow exponentially. The picture on the bottom left is one of our volunteer luncheons, which we try to say thank you to our volunteers, but we can never say it enough or say it well enough. But that is a picture of our recent volunteer lunch that we try to say thank you. This one, I think some of the commissioners might have seen before, but this is something that a lot of the community doesn't understand. We serve the community in a very different way than a lot of other organizations. We provide free or very nominal cost services to many Birmingham residents, regardless if you're a member or not of Next. So as you can see there, between hot meals that are going home or income qualified care, lawn care and snow, we do a health expo with vaccines, blood pressure clinics, consultations with residents and their families. We do facilitated referrals and phone support. The total there, I think, is quite impressive, but I think what's more impressive is some of the, touch points that we have. For instance, not too long ago, there was a woman that fell on the sidewalk right outside of City Hall, and we got a call from City Hall and called us and said, she's got some serious dental issues. What can you do about it? She doesn't have the money to pay for it. What can you do about it? So, we got her, after many, many calls, into a dentist that would see her for free and do the work for free. We drove her there and back. She didn't have family in town, so it was kind of a critical situation. Just recently, we had a woman who fainted at a card game here at Next on a Friday afternoon, and she didn't come around very well. So we called EMS, and they came in and brought her down to Beaumont. But her husband had just passed away recently, and we hadn't updated her emergency contact yet, or she hadn't. So she's at Beaumont alone, which makes me so sad. But I know she has a son, according to one of her card-playing friends, in Ohio somewhere. So what do? We Google everybody with that last name in Ohio and try to find some kind of a connection to the Detroit area. Oh, look, after 3 or 4 phone calls, there's somebody here that went to Michigan State and somebody who's calling See Home. This probably is the right person. And sure enough, it was the right person. Got in touch with him. He came up for the weekend, and then he calls for support. She lives alone. She's 92 years old. What can we do moving forward to keep her safe? So those are the kind of calls we have all the time that I think are very important. There are things as simple as putting grab bars into a bathroom or moving a laundry room upstairs. I mean, we take care of the seniors in the community regardless of payment or not. So the only other little payment we get is for our transportation service, as you can see, and we're taking Birmingham residents to doctors, to grocery stores, to Next, of course, to their friends' houses in Somerset and things like that. So again, another way to keep them connected to the community and out and about and feeling, like they have a reason to get up and get out and things of that nature. So I'm very proud of this slide in particular, because I think this is the fundamental purpose of any true senior center. And as you know, and you're probably tired of me saying this, but there is an epidemic of loneliness and isolation here. I literally just read an article in today's Economist that said, do lonely people die sooner? And the answer is yes, they do. So Americans, are lonelier and more isolated and disconnected than ever before for a myriad of reasons that we all are probably very familiar with, whether it's children living across the country or, just social media, things like that. So it is important that as a community we work together, not only for seniors, but for everyone, which is one of the great things about this community center. With the Y and with Next, being able to serve everybody from 2-year-olds to 102 years old, it's really a great way to keep the community connected. And so whether you're a remote worker that needs a little outlet after work, or if you're a senior that doesn't have the connection, you need a community center in order to help that. So, and Birmingham Next, for as long as we've been, 47 years, has been the only comprehensive place in Birmingham where seniors can, find dedicated programming and services tailored to their unique needs. And this graph below, as you can see, is pretty startling. I mean, we all know the senior population is aging, but when you see it on a SEMCOG chart and see it in black and white, it really is startling on just the wave of older adults that will be in the community, vulnerable and needing support. So Okay, so for a typical week, we try to do not only all those support services which happen outside of our building, but this is what a typical week would look like inside our building. These are our current programmings on the left, our future needs in the middle. I don't have to read them for you, you can see that. But our expanded and return programs that we currently are unable to accommodate are really important to us. And that top left picture is AARP's tax preparation, I guess you'd call it. We used to do hundreds of returns, we meaning not me, hundreds of returns for citizens and residents in the community, and we just don't have the room. They need 2 big rooms once a week for about 10 weeks. They start in January and they go through, obviously, April 15th, and we just didn't have the room, and we were sorry to see them go, and we still get calls all the time about how can we, where can I go, what can I do, that kind of thing. And the bottom left is just 2 weeks ago, we had an African drums and musical group come in from Ghana. Well, they were from Flint, but they were playing Ghana music. And we're not really that good. But they did come down from Flint for us. We received a grant from the Humanities Department in Michigan and to study Africa, which is what we're doing, our intensive study. But, obviously we couldn't fit that into our activities room. The drummers and the dancers took up half the gym to begin with. But that's not uncommon. We frequently have concerts where there are 2, 4, 5, 6 instruments playing, a musician playing, so we frequently have to go to the gym, which again means that we've canceled pickleball and we've made a consolation there. And again, on the far right, that's Dana Nessel. She's one of our speakers that came in. Our speakers draw a pretty big crowd, and we can't take care of them in our activities room, which is unfortunate because our gym isn't very acoustically, it's not, there's a lot of dead spots, so you have to kind of move around to find where you can hear better. But we have really amazing speakers. From Kim Worthy came in, and Ken Daniels from the Red Wings has come in, Dan Carmody from the Eastern Market. We've had David Coulter, of course, from Oakland County. We have speakers that draw crowds. We don't now have the room for it, and we certainly don't have the AV equipment for it. So if you were to have a PowerPoint in that room, it'd be a problem. So, and then on the left, that is our biggest room there, where you see people having lunch. And that lunch we cap at 50 people because that's all we can fit in the room. We can't use the gym during the day because we share the gym with the childhood center, and so we can use the gym at night, like for the dancing and the speakers. But we'd really love not to have to cap our enrichment opportunities, such as lunches and things like that. So anyhow, let's move it on. Next, of course, partners with a lot of different community organizations. We support and we get support. As you can see, well, of course, we get support from the city of Birmingham and the other villages that we serve, as well as the Baldwin Library and Henry Ford Health, Smart Transportation, Downtown Magazine. But we provide quite a bit of support to those same municipalities that we serve. The Baldwin House is becoming even a bigger task moving forward, as Next has been assigned a big role in that, making sure that they are getting everything they need. Of course, the Senior Livings Place, St. Anne Meads, Meals on Wheels, the Newcomers Club, Project Warmth, Rescue League, and World Medical Relief. Those are just the ones I could think of. I know there's plenty of places that we support, and I think that's what makes a great community, is mutual support, becoming stronger together. Again, why I'm excited to partner with the Y moving forward in this new endeavor, because I think, again, we have complementary services, but our missions are completely aligned to serve the community and provide, just another outlet for fitness, recreation, socialization, and again, talk about the community moving forward. So we are so ready for the future. We are very, very excited on this new building. We have been, as I said, for the past 47 years, really living into our mission, and we consistently stay financially strong, fiscally responsible. We will continue to do that. We are just passionate staff, a very strong board. We have 21 board members, so we are all marching in the same direction. They bring a variety of skills to the table they've all been very, they've all had very industrious careers, and they bring those skills to Next, so that we have lawyers and bankers and marketers and all sorts of people that help us out with our strategic planning moving forward. They're excited to be part of this project. They're excited to see what comes next. I thought it was interesting, too, from my senior center, did a recent survey of 900 seniors centers, and when moving into a new building, we can expect a 24% growth, not just in that first year, but in every subsequent year after that. So we are certainly excited to be able to do more in this new building, and I'm sure if you were to ask the why, they have probably a pretty similar statistic to that. So both of us growing together, I think, is exciting, and growing in the community. And then this picture I love. I have to tell you, it's one of our Hot Dog Fridays, and one of our photographers changed it into an oil painting. I thought it was very nostalgic and kind of cool. So on Friday afternoons in the summertime, we are out in our courtyard. We've never been rained out, and we've never had it too hot. Surprised, because it's got some lovely oak trees, something we'd love to see in the new facility, some patio space. But we are ready. I mean, as more and more people are entering this phase of their life, we are excited. We're embracing the growth, the innovation. Of course, we are really unwavering care for our seniors. We are passionate about that. And so I'm excited to work with the City of Birmingham, with the YMCA, and just create a place where seniors can thrive with dignity, with connection, with happiness, and just make Birmingham a better place for seniors to grow old as well as grow, citizens to grow up. So I don't want to take any more of your time. I know you have a packed agenda, but this is next and who we are and what we do. So wondering if anyone has any questions or... I'll get down
Commissioner,
before everybody.
if you could hold on for a second. Brief questions from the
I have
commission.
2 questions. I'm just curious, Chris, what do you do with the Birmingham Bloomfield Newcomers Club?
They use our space.
Oh,
So they come in for their monthly meetings and some of their sub-meetings at our building.
okay. And my second question, why do you want a commercial kitchen?
Well, a commercial kitchen, I'll be honest with you, I didn't ask for a commercial kitchen. We would need something for Meals on Wheels, but I think it opens up a lot of opportunities. As you know, we like to feed people, and right now we have to bring everything in either pre-made or put it together on kind of a very makeshift surface. So it would be ideal to have a commercial kitchen. But I think it also would open up, I know some of the commissioners and I have talked about renting that space to other people, chefs that need to. In the War Memorial over in, or the Grosse Pointe one, they have a chef there that uses their space, and they also prepare the meals for the deal that they get. They prepare the meals for the seniors that are there during the day and their Meals on Wheels, but even the seniors for that day. So it certainly would be a lovely addition, something to be able to offer our residents. Could we make do without a commercial kitchen? Yes, but we right now don't even have hot water. We don't have a stove. So we'd like to upgrade at least to the basics, and that would give us a lot of use. I don't, to be honest, really know what a commercial kitchen is. I'm not a commercial chef. I'm kind of a home chef, and not even a good one, admittedly. But anyhow, so that I don't know if that answers your question, but I think it would open up a lot of opportunity for the community who wanted to use some of those rooms and use a commercial kitchen to have an event or a party or a gathering or a meeting. But as far as the next goes, a kitchen would be great, an equipped kitchen, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Emerine.
Yeah, earlier in the slide, you don't have to go back to it, but you had a slide where you said units of service, 6,400, and then to non-next members, units of service, 9,000.
Those are, I'm sorry, go on.
What's the difference
I'll let you-
between those two numbers? That's the first question.
Okay, I do need to go back, I'm sorry.
You don't need to, it was like the third or fourth
So
slide.
where are we?
That's it, right there.
The total service provided at no cost to Birmingham residents at $6,400. I didn't want to include transportation because we have a nominal fee for transportation.
Okay.
That's also Birmingham residents. But together it's not over 9,000, but some of, 2,000 of that we charge $4 for a ride.
And that's just for the Birmingham
That's just
residents.
Birmingham.
So Next provides a lot more service to the overall community.
Correct.
In addition to all that.
We provide these same services to Beverly Hills and to Franklin and to Bingham Farms.
That's all very impressive.
But this
Thank you.
is, this
Thank you very
particular
much for
slide
doing
is
all that.
strictly Birmingham.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's it.
Any other questions? Commissioners, any questions on anything? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Braun.
never been behind the days, and so this is I feel really, really, really special. Good evening. As I'm
It's
trying-
right along the very bottom bar. You have to hit escape to get, yeah, there you go. No, right
As I
there.
was pulling
yeah.
this up, I
Yep.
wanted to say to
There you go.
Chris, that if I had known that she was going to have drummers by way of Flint from Ghana, I would have connected with her. Recently, about 2 weeks ago, we hosted leadership from the YMCA in Pretoria, South Africa. It would have been a really, really wonderful experience for us to introduce the two groups.
If you click on, yeah, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Parrish Underwood. I'm the president and CEO of the YMCA of Metropolitan Detroit. I am partnering with our illustrious executive director of the Birmingham Family Branch, Kelly Stubbe. Really a great opportunity for us to just sort of showcase who we are, particularly with the breadth of programs and activities that we provide and juxtaposed against our history. And so we have a sort of an agenda, but we're going to race through this as quickly as we can so that we can get to questions. I think one of the most important and compelling facts to share with you is, and you've heard me say this, is that we're not the new kids on the block. We've been around for 172 years. We'll be 173 this September 27th. We're older than the Ambassador Bridge. We were here before Henry Ford. We're the oldest non-church community-based organization serving metropolitan Detroit. And I think that lends itself to our credibility, our resilience. We're just like Midwestern culture. We put our heads down, we go to work, and we figure it out. Speaking of church, contrary to popular belief, we're not a church. We were not founded by a church. We weren't even inside of a church during our humble beginnings. But we do exist and promote programs that are based on the Christian ethic of love, which basically states that we serve and exist to serve and provide programs for all people, regardless of their background. And I want to just illustrate this point because many people say, well, what about your name and what's in the name? Well, the Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA, I can tell you there's only one letter in there that remains relevant. You certainly don't have to be young. We have over 80% of our participants and 78% of our leadership are women. You certainly don't have to be a Christian, but we are an association of people that have come together over 170 years ago to serve the community. The other piece that I think is important to note is that we are the second oldest YMCA in the United States, only preceded by 9 months by the YMCA of Greater Boston. And we don't talk about ourselves. We don't talk about that enough because I think it speaks to the strength of our longevity. We think in this particular scenario, we're probably the Goliath to the next David, but we say that in terms of strength and support and our commitment to the community. I want to bring Kelly up here because to talk a little bit about her shop, which I think's history is just as incredible. And maybe if you want, I can drive if you want to sit up there and talk.
Okay, great. Hi, I've met everybody, but I'm Kelly Stubbe. I'm the executive director at the Birmingham Y. So the facility at 400 East Lincoln began operating in 1958, but the Y in Birmingham has had a presence since 1946. Throughout time, the community needs have evolved quite a bit. We see that in the structure itself, from adding a pool, elevators, racquetball courts that are now multi-purpose spaces, our wellness center, having a women's locker room. Those spaces have evolved with the community. We also recognize that the broad community support has allowed the Birmingham Y to have the longevity that it has had in this community. We are the home of one of the longest standing, if not the longest standing, competitive swim teams, the Birmingham Blue Dolphins, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a little bit, and the Birmingham Y Gymnastics. So who we are right now in 2025, these are numbers from just 2 months ago, but they still are relevant today. So our membership mix for Birmingham residents is really broken down into pretty equal thirds. Under 18 are 36% of our membership. 35% fall in the 18 to 49 age category, and the remaining are ages 50 and over. So just really showing the vast variety in not only age, and that reflects in the programming that we offer as well. Looking at the finances of the Birmingham Y, we have seen success in both our membership dues and our program fees, along with contributions and grants. Membership and program are pretty equal in terms of the fee-for-service revenue stream that we have, but the contributions and grants is a very important piece as well. It allows us to give access to the Y for anyone who is in need. We never want to turn away anybody for the inability to pay. That can mean a parent wanting to send their child to day camp. They want them to be in a safe environment where they know they're going to make friends. That could be someone that wants to take Zumba class, but they can't, afford the membership at this time. Those contributions and grants allow us to break down that barrier and give access for all, which is represented here. So in 2024 and many, many years before that, we've received support from the Birmingham Rotary Group, the Optimist Club, several family foundations, including the Herb and Armand Foundation, the Birmingham Bluefield Chamber, the Birmingham Blue Dolphins, to name a few. So again, those help kids learn how to swim, adults learn how to swim, really breaking down any barrier that would prevent someone from coming and accessing the Y. And one thing that's important to note, we think about the Y, and, you ask someone, oh, that's a place where people go to swim, or that's a place where they go to work out. And many people do that, and that's totally great. But they are a part of something that is so much bigger and very impactful on every level in the programs related to youth development, strengthening families. We have a lot of great health and wellness programs, as well as some specialties. So some of our biggest youth programs are our day camps. We see 150 kids for 11 to 12 weeks every day, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the summertime, every weekday. We have 380 swim team, 2 of which went to the Olympic trials this past summer, which was a great feat. We're very proud of them. In the health and wellness sphere, we have swim lessons, again, for all ages. I was looking at the 2024 ages, and we have as young as 6 months going up to 82. So it really just shows the continuum of service and the ability to, meet people where they're at, no matter what walk of life they're coming to us from. Outside of the 4 walls of 400 East Lincoln, we also have the opportunity to do programming called Girls on the Run, and other community programs as well. But Girls on the Run, we partner with the local school district and other private schools in the area to provide a program that teaches girls how to be confident, how to be healthy. They spend their time in the program training for a culminating 5K event. It's one of the best events of my Y career, is going to that twice a year, and just gives people the confidence. And again, that's outside the 4 walls of the Y. So our community impact reaches beyond just 400 East Lincoln right now.
Before I jump into the unique partnerships and collaborations we have established and facilitate, I want to just go back. I'm going to toot Kelly's horn just a little bit. It's probably going to make her really, really, really nervous in that regard. That's not my point. I think when we first presented almost a year ago, we talked about the solvency of the Birmingham branch. At that time, I think we had a whopping positive net of about $8,000. And I'm so very proud of Kelly's leadership and what she's been able to create. We're almost netting almost $200,000 on the bottom line. And I think what can't be overstated is that this is with all the uncertainty about the future of the YMCA in town. She's had to endure countless questions around as to why I'm going to be around. What about my membership? Should I cancel my membership now and just wait and see what's going on? But this is so very much indicative of the kind of support and community sanction that this YMCA has benefited from through the test of time. We know that we have a place here. And that the Birmingham residents want us to be around. And so I just wanted to recognize Kelly in front of her peers and her colleagues and in the community that she comes to on a regular basis, because this is no small feat. As you can see by our revenue mix, it's a combination between membership fees, which really, for the most part, goes to pay for us being able to open and close the doors of the YMCA on a daily basis, but we have such a significant program inventory base between all of those programs around youth-based initiatives, out-of-school camps, which are camps and holiday camps. We do a ton of swim lessons there, as well as the competitive programs. This is what makes this program, this YMCA, very unique and very special. Typically at what we call a very, very healthy YMCA, we like to see the membership dues outpace in a more significant manner the program component. However, it's the programs that keep the people coming. It's what we call the retention quotient. And I think this is why this YMCA has been so successful and so endearing into the community. And so let me just talk a little bit about some of the unique partnerships that we have been engaged in. And as I considered this, I was trying to figure out what would resonate with this body. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to go through these quickly, and I have three. But for the last 20 years, actually it will be 21 years this May, we engaged with the City of Southgate to do something similar to what we're talking here. The City of Southgate built a facility and asked the YMCA to come in and manage it. There wasn't another partner. If there was a partner, it would have been the City of Southgate, because it has some elements in there that they sort of went away from. But it's a public-private partnership between the Y and the City of Southgate that still stands today. The build-out was sourced through public funds. Southgate is nestled in what they call a TIFA district, Tax Incremental Finance Authority, and we manage it under a management agreement, and the City of Southgate residents get a significant discount on their membership. I think what's important to note is that we had a YMCA about a mile and a quarter away from the City of Southgate, but not in Southgate proper, the Downriver YMCA, which we closed, and we moved right into that on day one. But that YMCA is a very, very strong YMCA. I had an opportunity to manage that YMCA for about a year and 15 months. And it's still very, very, very thriving. Happy to answer any questions related to that, or I would encourage you to maybe reach out to Mayor Gary Cuspa and the city manager Dan Marsh, who used to be the executive director here at the Birmingham branch. A little bit different relationship. We have currently in two of our facilities, there used to be three, we have DMC presence that provides orthopedic services. And this is a simple rental agreement where they invite their patients in to provide therapy. The idea is that if we can connect you to the next phase of your therapeutic experience, which is exercise, then there's a greater likelihood that they won't see you back as a patient. And so they go through their 6 months of therapy. They get a 1-month YMCA membership to sort of wet their whistle, and that relationship seems to be going well. We have one in Macomb. I was actually out there this morning, and it was active, and we have one also in Milford at our Carl's branch. My understanding is that we typically convert 70% of those patients, DMC patients, into YMCA members. This one is very unique, and it's one that we're really, really proud of. Since 2010, we've taken on the notion of trying to eradicate or mitigate aquatic incidents, particularly in underserved communities, by teaching 10,000 kids to swim by 2027. And I think last figure, we're at 77%. This is a program that we raise funds for, and we go into communities, we work with schools to provide swim lessons free of charge, which also includes not only transportation, but swimsuits, goggles, and swim caps. What's unique about this is that in the schools that you have listed, and those are the ones that we're currently in, there will be more added during the summer, we serve as the aquatic instructor for those schools. They don't have that as part of their educational inventory, and so the Y serves as, for those particular schools, the aquatic instructor. And then for all others, we will pick up kids from area schools, and we take them, and you see the bus there. I love seeing that bus ride around town to our Farmington YMCA or our Bowl Family YMCA downtown. This one is also unique and probably is one of our single fastest and most robust programs. We do a lot of after-school programming. And the reason why this is unique is because this is the Y going beyond its walls and saddling itself in schools. And so we know when the school bell rings at 2:30 or 3:30 or 3 o'clock, whenever it is, most parents, working parents, are still at work. And so schools have contracted with the YMCA to come in and provide wraparound services. And we do the same thing for early morning, also also. And so we have a presence in schools across the city. I think the total number, where you see them listed, but I think it's 48 schools across the city serving over 2,300 kids. We're there in their buildings and have the schools listed as an additional assured on our insurance program. So I'm sharing this because I think as it relates to innovation, the sky is almost the limit. I recall probably one of my single greatest points of pride while being the executive director of the Birmingham branch was when we met a need that was really largely untapped and unmet. And I'm glad to see Marsha Wilkinson here because she was part of it when she was with the school system. But we had a parent that came to us because she could not register her child for swim lessons at the only program serving kids with autism in the city of Royal Oak. And between the YMCA, the Birmingham Public Schools, as well as Farth Conservatory for Therapeutic Arts, I don't even know if they're still around, we put together what was known as the first, and we should have copyrighted this, the first Goldfish program, and it was really geared towards teaching kids with diverse abilities, primarily those that have autism, to swim. And we ran that program for 3 years. It was almost a one instructor to one kid instruction. We raised a lot of money to make that happen. And it's unbelievable what you can do when organizations like organizations that are mission aligned come together to provide a community need. And so I share that as an example, as well as some of these other dynamics, just to show you the innovation, the great convening power, and the strength that happens when organizations come together. So what I want to really sort of hit on, and my peer and friend Christine Braun began to tease this, is what we're calling a continuum of service, or a continuum of support for a community across a lifespan, all under one rooftop. And you're going to hear us talk about this more. And so if you consider the work that the next organization does, which is really, really phenomenal. The more time I spend with them, the more I'm just really, really, really impressed. It's really specialized support for socialization, combating social isolation, and providing this environment where seniors can continue to thrive with a level of dignity and companionship and company. But what happens prior to them getting to that point? And this is where the YMCA comes in. And so as Kelly mentioned, we'll teach a kid to swim as early as 6 months old. And our goal is to take that kid from 6 months all the way to the point where we can really almost turn them over to the next organization. And so as you see, we focus on the young and the younger and not so young. And the next organization focuses on what I call the young at heart. You're not going to get me to call them anything else but the young at heart up in this venue. And so we believe that there's a great opportunity to provide, and for all intents and purposes, this is your community-centered model. Two entities coming together under one rooftop to provide community services for all people. I think it answers all the questions with the exception of a few. And I think what we're beginning to sense and see is there's some collaborative opportunities. That circle up there, that's not a collision point. It's more or less a continuum, continuity, or as is listed up there, collaboration opportunities. And what does that mean and what does it look like? Bringing, groups of people of different ages to create sort of an intergenerational opportunity where there is a desire. We certainly know that the next organization, they want to get in and do what they want to do, and they don't want too much disruption. And it's the same way with the YMCA. But my, oh my, what a golden opportunity we have to bring people together, particularly along the continuum. And so you may see some of the next constituents come in there with their grandchildren or their great-grandchildren. Or we may see an opportunity for there to be a transfer of skill between an older person who has experienced life with a teenager coming up. And it's just a wonderful premise that has a great deal of promise in that regard. And so we believe under this notion that there could be a seamless integration between both organizations, and it's really both organizations with the city or anyone else who has a desire to participate. We think that we can have and create deep community impact, and more than anything, we have a really, really great opportunity to create an amazing hub that speaks to the vibrancy of the community that supports everyone involved. I think the compelling thing that makes this work is the continuity, the partnership, and the endearment between all entities. And I think you can see that both organizations are coming together in the line. Now, Chris, I didn't show you this, but some of these pictures I stole off your website. There's one photo, and so I don't have the release form, but I'm assuming that you do because it's on your website. It's public property. But that's really what I wanted to share, what Kelly and I wanted to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Host.
First, a comment. I want to thank you for starting out explaining what the YMCA is, which is an association that hopefully, delivers good principles to everything. So I appreciate you starting with that, Parrish. And two questions. You talk with the swimming program. You're doing a lot of work with school districts. Have you been talking to the BPS about the possibility of doing something with the younger people?
Birmingham Public Schools?
Yes.
I think that would be a question for Kelly. I have not.
Okay. And then my second question is, okay, the DMC, the partnership you're doing, which is in Macomb and Milford, do you expect to expand that? And if so, might Birmingham be included?
It depends. So we're landing the plane actually tomorrow at our board meeting on our strategic plan, which will be a 3-year plan. Part of that plan is to focus on dealing with chronic disease prevention and chronic disease maintenance. And we plan to have a conversation, and depending on what community we're in, for instance, we're having a conversation with Corewell Health. In other communities, we're having conversations with Henry Ford. And so we're very much open for that. We had something similar. It wasn't with DMC. It was with Henry Ford and the Southgate facility in the Downriver YMCA. And the whole premise is that in the medical facility, and Commissioner Schaefer, you will appreciate this, is that you want to treat a patient and not have them return so quickly, in a sense. And so connecting them with the health and wellness, particularly around orthopedics and functional health, seems like a really, really, really great idea. And so we're open to having those conversations in town, just to be more succinct with your question. But the DMC relationship has been in existence for quite some time. We had a third in the Livonia YMCA, but that YMCA no longer exists.
Commissioner Amarai.
This is more just a comment. I originally wrote down the age breakdown, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 between your members. But then if you could slide back one slide, Mr. Underwood, I think it was, I thought this was the most impressive slide that you had. No, the one with the age, the integration. One to the right was the second to last slide, I thought.
Keep going further forwards.
Oh, going forward?
Yeah, forward. It's the second to last slide. I really liked the transition and how your two organizations are going to go together. I really liked, it's kind of like the YMCA first, followed by next right after that, and how you guys can get along and do that slide
That
right
one.
there. I thought that was your most impressive slide. I really like that. So thank you for sharing
I'm
that.
trying to come up with another phrase instead of cradle to. And I think I did a Commissioner Baller tactic and used ChatGPT, and so came up with lifespan, came up across all life stages, but nothing is snazzy.
That's it. Thank you.
Right. Anything?
No questions? No?
Any? Commissioner
You can go for it.
Baller.
Thank you. This is, it's really good to hear from both of you because you're expressing a vision. And I think we need that. And a couple of, Ms. Braun gave us some numbers. She said that right now they have 2,300 members, but in 1 year they would expect that to grow to by 25%, and within 5 years it would grow, I believe, another 25%. So within 5 years we would have almost 3,600 members of Next. You gave us a number for Birmingham resident members, but not total members. And so my first question would be, what sort of projections do you have for membership? My next question would be in similar fashion to the way Ms. Braun has, a little bit tonight, but in the past, talked about things that they would like to do, that they can't do now, but in a new building they could do. I'm very interested to know what other stuff you might want to do for the community. What's missing? And then my concern, which should be obvious if it's not all, I'll make it explicit, is that and we're going to be talking about it in a bit, and that's the size of the building. And, all this great stuff that we would like to do, but we're sort of hemmed in. We're hemmed in by the amount of land we have and by the size of the building that we've said. Decisions that were made before we had a real firm vision of what we want. Nobody came to us and said, I want to sell you this vision of Next and the Y working together, and here's all the great things we can do together. Who knows? Maybe we'd say we need a bigger building than what we've already decided. Maybe there is a park there. We're going to need, we may need more land. I don't know. I'd like to hear from you. So numbers on membership, things you would do for the community without any, let's say you had no boundaries and you could do whatever you want.
What would you do if you didn't have that?
Express that vision, and then you don't have to respond to my concern. But
Okay. No, I'm actually glad that I read an email today related to your first question. I didn't anticipate this, but we are studying projections based on investment. And our PMA, which is a 1 and 3 mile radius, shows that we could grow our membership by almost 1,400 units. I think the total number was 1,347 to be exact. And that's a 1 and 3 primary market area. It's a radius. And so if you center the YMCA at 400 East Lincoln and then you take a radius circle around there. And so what I don't know is how many of those would come from Birmingham. Obviously, a 3 mile radius probably sits outside of Birmingham proper. But we do know with the modest investment, there's potential growth of about 1347. What's unique about that is that that's with the YMCA 4.5 miles down the road, so that's significant.
1347 on top of what? What is the total membership now?
Total membership, I think, is it 1,800?
The individual members is 3,700.
3,700.
Yep.
So, and that's immediately 1347 divided by, I'm sorry,
That's within
4,700, did you say?
3,700. So you're looking at about a 35 to 40% net growth.
36% growth immediately? What about within 5 years?
I don't know. And I would also probably need to come back with a definition of immediate. And I would probably say within 12 months.
Let's move on.
And dreamscaping. What's interesting, you can't ask a YMCA person that question because we want to save the planet in a sense, and we will move sand to do that. What I can tell you is that no two YMCAs look exactly alike. They represent the communities that they serve, which means their programmatic output really is fashioned around that. I've not done a deep study in terms of programmatic gaps in this community, in a sense, but we also know that there's a great opportunity to do more programming around youth-based programming between youth sports, and that's even with the soccer program and the football program that currently exists today. We have such a very interesting mix of participation. I mean, it's a third, and a third, which supports the family membership tier, if you will. And so anything that supports youth development, youth programming, and then bringing families together to participate likely would fly and sell in town. But from a programmatic gap a need, we would probably have to study that a little bit deeper. And what's unique about that, I gave an example of dealing with a need that just came through our doors some years ago. The strength of the Y, we have great convening power. We can mobilize resources to raise dollars for programmatic opportunities, and then we can pull together other partners to make it happen. Our goal going forward, and it's really the basis of our plan, is that collaboration for the Y is the new currency. No longer are we trying to tackle a challenge on our own, which we've done for so many years, and we're getting pretty good at collaborating. As you see, the courtship between Christine and I, people may think that we're dating at this point, how it's come together.
Anecdotally, any gaps that Kelly could identify? I mean, she's there every day.
Yeah, I do agree. I second what Parrish is saying about, really kind of studying that, but the programs that we have now, from youth to health and wellness, just being able to provide them in an excellent space, I think makes a world of difference. Being able to expand on world-class fitness classes. We right now offer some Les Mills, being able to expand on what we know we can do successfully. Day camp, I could tell you we already have a waiting list for this summer, so that is something we'd love to see expanded too.
If I can just dive in just a little bit, and I'll be done. I think it's also important to note our thinking around some really, really heavy stuff related to long-standing implications of COVID and this impact on kids. We're really beginning to dive into what's the Y's role in youth mental well-being, in a sense. We don't see it here as much in Birmingham, but I know we've seen a growth over prior years on kids having challenges and being fairly disruptive beyond the school hours. And so, as Kelly's talking about, we're already over Solon Camp. One of the questions I have is how are we preparing ourselves to deal with the next iteration of some of those behavioral challenges that we know are going to come out of the classroom. That's a little bit deeper than probably what you were asking for, but it is something that comes across our doorstep on a regular basis. We see kids in many factors just as much as the schools do. And so we have to stay aligned and partner with them to make sure that we're supporting them, we're sharing with them what they hear and what they're seeing, and vice versa.
Commissioner Long.
I'm just, my more as a comment, because we are grappling with doing a community center for the benefit of the community, and I hear a lot about what the YMCA or Birmingham Next can do for that effort, and I look at it a different way. We almost lost the YMCA. And what would have been the impact on this community if the YMCA was no longer in Birmingham? All the things we just talked about. What would be the impact if we didn't have Next? What would be the impact if we wanted to do a community center and we didn't have the YMCA or Birmingham Next? And we had to recreate all of that on our own. So from my perspective, this is a symbiotic relationship between three users of the building: the community, the YMCA, and the Birmingham Next. But let's not forget the best programmer for the type of services the YMCA provides, or any community service provides. There isn't a better provider in the world. There just isn't. So to have them part of this process, part of this project, is a benefit to the community in and of itself. And the fact that they're still here and that they will be part of this building and providing programming that we don't have to provide to the community from a city of Birmingham. Sure, we're providing a building, no question. But the benefits of what you've heard tonight, I think we need to think about it from that perspective. I live in the world of law and Venn diagrams and what have you, and this is very much a Venn diagram of three circles and how they intersect and how they can all benefit each other. And I think we need to continue along this path that we're on, because I think at the end of the day, this is going to be a win-win-win for everybody. And I think we have to educate the community on what they could have lost, what they haven't lost, and what they're going to gain from this symbiotic relationship between the three entities. And I'll have to say, very impressed with both presentations, not surprised what I heard. Birmingham Next provides an amazing service from the wing of an elementary school. Just think what they can do when they have a proper facility.
Any questions, Commissioner Haig?
Yes, thank you. Both presentations, very, very clarifying, very, very helpful. Really enjoyed both of them. This is one of the slides that I think is key, and then I want to go to one of the ones from Next in a few minutes when I've gone through some of my points. So this one I like a lot. But what it does to me is it not only shows that intersection and almost the transition handover, but it actually shows me where we need to take some focus into this. The reason I say that is the slide from Next that showed the units of service, the 9,000 odd units of service that were provided through the year. The vast majority of them were not inside the building. So let that sink in for a minute. It was building agnostic. They were delivered outside of it. And so the house that the service lived in could have been a room, in effect. For the 9,000 units, the majority of them were going out to these services, this support that was given to the community. I underestimate by saying a room, but you get the principle of what I'm trying to say. So what I see here is almost like a roadmap of how to have two compatible and complementary organizations provide a service that we wish to have in this community. I think it's very clear we wish to have the services. I mean, I've said more than once that I really appreciate what Next does because I correlate it to my mother and the services she receives back home. The YMCA, eye-opening description of some of the services, the programming, the support, the network, everything that comes out from the YMCA that I think was greater than most of us actually realized. So that was extremely beneficial for us. But it also crystallized this view for me, that there are strengths, and we need to actually focus on the strengths. For instance, I've said to Next a couple of times, what are your core functions? What are your core strengths? What are your core services? Core. Each time I see a lot of core services from the YMCA, and then I see the transition, which is phenomenal. So multiple points go through my mind with all of this. When I listen to the growth opportunities, I'm going to say it this way. I'm sorry, everybody, but those growth numbers, if we took St. James's Park, we still can't make a building big enough and have parking for all of you. Because we're looking at the growth on the YMCA was about 35% growth was estimated there, and Next it was 1.24 every 5 years, which is a 90% growth over 15 years. We can't make a building big enough. End of discussion. We cannot do it. It won't take that kind of growth because we don't have the space. We've got 1.4 acres roughly, and we have to get parking in there. So we have to think about the bigger picture. Look at the size of the house. Look at the services we want, and look at the opportunities. And so my perception, listening to tonight, and looking at what these core functions, these core services, these core competencies are of these two phenomenal organizations, I think YMCA, anything that is health and wellness related, YMCA would be the go-to for me. Absolutely the go-to. Now, when I look at things like the social engagement, the lecture series, Meals on Wheels, absolutely the purview of Next. And then I start thinking about this building we've been talking about and think, there's still too much overlap in there where the cores have spread a little. So if we shrink those down a bit, because looking at what we have for physical real estate, because I'm going to have to correlate it to real estate size, we can get maybe 300 cars parking on a good day if we're lucky. So we're building size constraint.
Is this a question?
No, I'm getting to my point here, because my question is effectively, when I come to the YMCA and the Next programming, I see specific functions. I see where both parties still have this overlap that I think you can work on to get to the sizing. What I also don't see in here, and the reason I bring this up is because I see a couple of names on Zoom and I see a couple of faces in this room. Has the community house been engaged? Has the community house board been approached? Because they now have a new leadership with a totally different mindset. And there are opportunities there to help all of us, to bring in that third group that are now willing, from my perception, from having been to a meeting over there fairly recently with many others here, they are willing, their door is open to have these conversations and be part of the community, whereas the community was kind of noticeably lacking in their function. It was in the name, but that was all that was there. I would like to see more of that engagement, because I think the next organization, more than YMCA, could have a phenomenal overlap. Then we could use more of the available space that the YMCA can take over some of these functions, and we can provide all of these services that I feel this community wishes to give. We want the services, we see the benefit, we see what we can get. So my question is, can you work with each other further and bring in this other party to maybe use an outsourced location? They have a 5-star kitchen, commercial kitchen, 5-star. They have the ballroom space. Ideal. Work with them to get some of this programming adjusted a little bit more. And I think we can come up with an absolutely stellar solution. But have these conversations been held, and have you had that overlap reduction conversation? Because I still see too much overlap for the physical space we have available. So how do we do that is really the crux of my question. What further steps can we take here?
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Braun, if you don't mind, to come to the microphone. I want clarification. I understood your units of service, your 9,016, to be units of service provided to Birmingham residents that did not require membership, I believe. So those were primarily not in the building services, but those were not class attendance numbers. So it's not just the 9,000
It's
out
not,
of the
but
building.
that was the data that was on the screen.
Right, so, okay, so that is not the extent of the services provided. That was the non-member.
That's what we call support services versus program services,
Okay,
membership
and so,
services.
so the numbers of the class attendance program service, which is in the house numbers, were not on that screen.
They were on the previous slide, where it was about 1,500 a week that come
Okay.
to the building and participate. One thing, oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, when you talk about membership, and I think it's the same for the Y, the numbers of people or growth in people, we may increase in membership, but somebody comes just Thursday night for the lecture, but that might be a new number, and that might be the same for the Y. Somebody just comes at 6 a.m. to lift weights or something of that nature. We're not a school where you have a fixed amount of kids in the building all day, you know, in seats all day. We have members that come every day. We have members that come once a month. We have members that come, you know, just for our Hot Dog Fridays. So when you talk about membership, it's really hard to quantify how many members can fit in a building. I mean, you can do that, obviously, but the membership total is hard to define into a space because, as I said, memberships range. Some people come for all different reasons and all different times, and that's another beautiful thing about the Y. And next, we have members that use the building at different times for obvious reasons. You know, we're not getting up at 6 a.m. anymore, and we're not staying up too late anymore, where his memberships do like to get up and use the facility for work and things.
The other point of clarity is the growth slide.
Yeah.
I interpreted it.
You're right.
Okay, it's not, it's 24%.
And held steady.
And held steady, not each additional 5-year.
Yes,
Right.
and it said in subsequent years that didn't fall back down. So
Okay.
it's 25%
So
and held steady.
It's not logarithmic.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So, very illuminating presentations from both of you. We appreciate the effort. Very instructive to the commission, and I hope to the community. And we appreciate how you both leaned into what started out as a forced marriage, I think. So, all right. So now we're moving to unfinished business B, the update on the draft building program. Ms. Eckert.
Yes, I'll just start with an overview. As you know, the draft building program was presented to
We
you.
actually have a hand up online because we didn't have any public comment taken.
On the presentations?
Yes, Miss Camille Jane has
yes.
a hand up, so we should probably do
Yes,
public
so-
comment.
Yes. Ms. Jane, We'll unmute you. Miss Jane?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You had a public comment?
Yes, I just wanted to say, as the board chair of the community house, these are two wonderful organizations with undeniably valuable services that we need in the community. I just want to say the community house would like to offer help and collaborate in any way we can. So I just wanted to share that with you because we are here. We are a community organization for the last 102 years, and we value these two organizations tremendously and would like to help in any way we can.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no other hands, we will move back to the draft building program. Thank you, Commissioner Haig.
Okay, thank you, because I did not see that hand up either. So at the last meeting on February 10th, Newman Smith presented a draft building program to you. As you know, I'm not going to go through that entire presentation again. But essentially, after a lot of discussion and going through the hypothetical schedule and the spaces needed for each of the uses and how the uses could vary in time slots throughout the building, the consensus of the commission was to take no action last meeting and come back this meeting. And you had a bunch of different points in comments and suggestions that you wanted us to go back, sharpen our pencils, essentially attempt to reduce the size of the building a little bit closer to the lower end of the range that you provided as opposed to the higher end of the range. But still consider that both Next and the YMCA would have to be able to function profitably within that space. You asked us to look at reducing the size of the kitchen, in particular, the administrative area, the support lobby, or other types of rooms like that. You talked about asking us to consider combining the YMCA and Next fitness rooms. If you recall, there was one for seniors only and one for the Y. The seniors one was significantly smaller. We described it as similar to a fitness room in a hotel. And you also asked us to do an independent audit of the proposed schedule because we had all of the, Next had provided all of their current programs and some of their future programs, some of the ones that sometimes they only occur once a month or once a week or what have you, and also to audit the Y's programs and what was a current and what was future. So we have done all of those things. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Brian Deming from Kramer Management first. He and his organization conducted the independent audit along with some staff representatives as well, but primarily Mr. Kramer, who has audited all of the programming. So he's going to give you a little feedback on that. And then Newman Smith is here to talk about some of the reductions and changes that were made to the draft program since you saw it last meeting.
All right, Jim, you can join me because we're kind of dancing through this piece, but page 2 of this presentation that Newman Smith put together, you can see the box to the right with the red text is the independent audit piece of it. And as Janice said, we went through and verified all this and kind of realigned this description here and of the programming, and what we found was very consistent with what was presented last time. But because with what we're going to be talking about with reducing space, we really focused in on looking at YMCA programming hours and Next programming hours within the multi-purpose rooms. So these have been corrected in alignment with the audit that YMCA's current program hours in their program is 233 hours, and the colorful schedule will show that then they also were indicating 27 future programming hours in what we were creating inside of our plan. And then the Next programming, their current program hours per week at 158 hours, coincidentally with future programming hours of 27. Then we have in the gym, we represented this in the green color, the programming that we felt maybe could be shared between the YMCA and Next. And then we took away like the pure goldenrod color and really assigned that to either Next programming, with it being blue blending to goldenrod, or for YMCA purple blending to goldenrod, as far as programs that are available to community members that are fee-based but do not require membership to either YMCA or Next to do that. So that was the audit. Again, that was consistent with what they were reporting to us once we really dug in and explored it. So
I think one thing I'd like to add is we looked at,
Turn around the microphone if you're going to
Should I
stand
go over
there.
here?
Yeah, the podium would be great.
Go to the podium. One thing we did look at is how the schedule pertains to building space, because we're always concerned about, making the building smaller. So we said, what if we lost a multi-purpose room? So we did an exercise that moved all those classes up into the other multi-purpose rooms. What we quickly realized is, could it be done? But what we quickly realized, the fact that that came at the detriment to the city. It started to pack these schedules so full that the opportunities for rental, throughout the week is really driven lower. So we didn't include that in the study because it was simply really a negative view of how the center could be used. So I just wanted to make that point as we did our audit, as it pertains to the building program.
Okay, before you move on,
Yeah.
we have a commissioner who would like to ask a question about the audit.
Sure.
Oh. Well, you said they were consistent, but could you tell us what the differences are? Because there are differences. So it isn't entirely consistent, is it?
I noted that, for example, the Y programming, actually current went up, future went down, next current went down, future went up, shared next and Y programming is the same, and then there was a new category, a proposed next programming fee-based that did not exist before, 58 hours. So I think in aggregate, it's very similar to what you had last time, but it's been reclassified somewhat.
Yeah, as Brian started to explain, we had simply a goldenrod color.
Right.
But we recognized that those are programs that either the Next could host or the Y could host. So we simply broke those down into Y programs and Next programs who would host. So we got rid of the pure goldenrod colors.
Right.
And we assigned it to purple goldenrod, blue goldenrod.
And those are both new categories with hours assigned to them since last time.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
But I will say that those two colors are also, they are included in what you see for like YMCA program and Next program. Those two categories of the blended purple goldenrod and blue goldenrod, those numbers are in that total. It was all just an effort to point out that people from the community, without being a member of Y or Next, could participate in those community hours. That's clear. Like those numbers don't get added back in. They're just pulled out to explain that they have programs that anybody can attend.
Okay. Commissioner Host?
Twice here, the city manager mentioned that you did an independent audit. How independent is it that we're paying you? I'm asking.
I'm not sure what the question
When I stated independent, my use of the selection of that word was to state that it wasn't numbers provided simply by Next or simply by the YMCA, that we had an independent third party who we are paying and hired as an expert to help us on this project to conduct that audit, and he did it. So he didn't just take what Next said and what Y said, which was some of the feedback that we got at the last meeting. Well, Next is saying this and the Y is saying this. How do we know it's true? That's what I said, an independent audit. It was not Next, it was not the Y.
I have a second question. Have you, either Newman Smith or Kramer, have you received Christy Barrett's analysis and spreadsheets?
I have not.
Okay, you have not. Very good.
Jason Emmer?
I just want to follow up. Brian is our owner's rep. he represents the municipality. So whether Jana did it personally, or her team, or Mary, or whoever, or our owner's rep, yeah, we pay him, but that's his job here. He's the owner's rep. He's here to represent us. He's our expert. Yeah, we pay him. Of course we pay him. That's what he's here to do. So I think I was the one that specifically asked Jana or the team to do it. And I think it's 100% appropriate for Brian to do that as an owner's representative. That's all.
All right.
Without getting into, were you calling on me? Without getting into excruciating detail, or any detail really, I still have concerns about items that appear on the calendar that's not a calendar, that are represented as current programming, that are either not current programming, or the numbers appear to be more than what is actual. So, I don't know if you want to respond to that. If you want me to dig up specific examples, to me, it's unfair that a commissioner feels compelled, because this is like this moving target, that I'm compelled to spend a lot of time trying to validate this stuff. You know, there's entertainment on the going till 9 o'clock at night on here that doesn't exist. There's things still that are once a month, shown as once a week or twice a month, and there's no, so those are my I have those general concerns. They're not, and so it's about the veracity of this.
Well, I can speak to some of that. I guess, what I reviewed, let me pull up a couple of things here. So, like, if you look at, let's start with next. So we look at next program in February. The first week of February has on their, on the website, programming 105.5 hours the first week, 110.5 hours the second week, 106 hours the third week, and 97 hours the fourth week of February.
How does that translate to 150?
So next number is 158. So if you take the average of that is 105 hours, there's additional programs that they host that don't show up on their schedule. They have some closed card games that are not then advertised to the public that they host. There's a couple of other things that we went through.
Were you looking at the electronic version or the paper version of the February?
Electronic.
Okay. So the electronic version, for example, shows pickleball starting at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
But the paper version says it starts at 4:30.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but taken across the whole week, it's probably a couple hours that's off. Or I don't know. I don't know which one is right.
Yeah.
Because they conflict.
Well, and the hours that I'm speaking to are only for the multi-purpose rooms. So, let me go through a couple of things here.
Can I ask another question?
Yep.
It might help.
Yep.
Was there any programming done for the living room?
It's not showing up as a program in the schedule, no.
Is the thing that the Next uses now as a living room, don't they do things in there?
They do things there as overflow,
Like what sort of thing is overflow?
mainly cards. I think they have a puzzle
He's
set up
talking
in
about
the
the atrium
lobby.
in next?
Yeah, the lobby area you're talking about.
So So we're not considering programming the living room at all?
No, there's a certain amount of programming in there.
There actually is.
Yeah.
We've included the computer area and the library in that as well. So we've combined two other functions within the living room.
Right, I think the answer was is that it's not in the current schedule.
That's correct.
Stuff happens, but it's not counted in the current schedule.
Because we're showing 1,200 square feet for the next lobby, which does say living room, library, and open computer stations, but is that actually counted in the programming area? I think that's what he's getting at, is we show 1,200 square feet in the plan, but is it shown as programming in the programming? I don't think it is.
There's computer stuff, lessons, whatever, in the multipurpose rooms.
And that's where I think you're going is, we have a 1,200 square foot
Where I'm going, I don't know
lobby.
where I'm going.
Well,
because-
let me see if I'm hearing you correctly then. We have a 1,200 square foot lobby shown in the plan that shows programming opportunities in the square footage plan, but we see nothing in the programming plan that actually says lobby, cards, computer labs, blah, blah, blah. So there's 1,200 square feet of programming space that's not in the programming, and the way I'm hearing you say this, the programming is duplicated in a different room without using that lobby space.
I believe Ms. Braun explained last time that the computers in the lobby were for people to come in to use who did not have resources at home, much like you can do in the library, and the computer classes in the multipurpose room are actual instructional classes about how to set up an email account or how to use the internet. So there are two different uses.
Those scheduled
repeating
classes,
what's
or are they
on the
demand?
paper.
Scheduled.
Scheduled.
Yes.
The lobby computers are not scheduled. They're just available for people to
In
drop
fact, I
in and
believe
use.
Jay Reynolds was a long-term computer class instructor, you know? So, all right, so if we could move on?
So I guess my point is, what I was looking at electronically, I was focused on the multipurpose rooms. That's where the 106 is. The balance of that 158 then speaks to next programs that are in the gymnasium. And there are some programs that they offer that are not advertised on their website. So that's how I came up with that 158 number. With YMCA, similarly, what I got from their website, then also you had to add in their personal training numbers to come up with what's included in that 233, then also is added in for what's the gymnasium programs and the pool programs. So from what you could see on the if you looked on their website, what's missing from that is the personal training hours that they use the multipurpose rooms for.
All right, thank you. If you'd like to continue your presentation?
All right, just moving into, I think, the next page, Jim. This kind of shows the revisions.
Yes.
Directly of how we shrank the program.
Yeah. A few weeks ago, we talked about making the building smaller. We were at the higher end. You asked if we could look at the program a little sharper and start to complete functions. For example, we talked about the larger wellness room. Could those Henry Ford type wellness clinic activities happen in a multi-purpose room? We said it's probably a good idea. So that was one room we zeroed out and removed from the program. We talked about the large conference room within the administrative area. Again, could we use a multi-purpose room for some of these larger conferences? We agree. So we moved that to a smaller room. So now that room is what we call a small conference room, able to accommodate 4 to 6 people, smaller type conferences. One piece we also looked at is reducing the sizes of wellness areas. So from a YMCA standpoint, they had just over a 5,000 square foot wellness area. If we're reducing the size of the building, everybody needs to feel a little bit of pain. And so we reduced that square footage by 500 square feet as well. We looked at the next senior fitness room that was at 1,500 square feet. We reduced that to 1,000 square feet. We viewed a fitness area at the Royal Oak Senior Community Center We felt that was an appropriate size in the number of pieces of equipment for that room, so we reduced the size of that as well. Next, we looked at all the multi-purpose rooms. We reduced all the multi-purpose rooms by 100 square feet across the board. Then we looked at how the storage rooms are used. So figure if we have a multi-purpose room that's 30 by 30, 900 square feet. We have 2 storage rooms that can be shared at 240 square feet. They can be 8 feet wide by 30 feet deep, and we reduce the size of our storage rooms to make a more efficient use of the space. And then again, we reduce the size of the kitchen slightly by 100 square feet, knowing that to answer Commissioner Host's earlier question, whether we need a commercial kitchen or not, we're not at that point yet. We still need to do programming in terms of what the YMCA requires, what Next requires with our food service consultant to really get to that number in terms of space allotted for equipment, storage, prep for Meals on Wheels, and so on. So that's a number that we are holding right now, but we felt we could reduce that by 100 square feet. To give you an example, the Royal Oak Senior Community Center, they have a kitchen there which they prepare food. They have ranges, they have reach-in refrigerators and upright freezers, and that's 650 square feet. But very limited in size. It probably doesn't meet barrier-free code to even move through the halls. And they have some storage outside the kitchen itself. So just to give you an example of where we are in terms of square footage. So right now we are at a 800 square foot kitchen, 100 square feet for storage. So that being said, those reductions got us down to a grand total of $47,120. Was still using a 30% grossing factor.
And that is a reduction of 2,775 square feet.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I just did that math.
I did not do that math.
But minus the add-in of 400.
No.
Right, yeah.
No?
And if I may add one other piece. Line 8.3, multi-purpose rooms 2 and 3. We had those at 1,100 square feet and 500 square feet. We felt that it's tough to divide and program those size rooms, so we resized those rooms to 900 square feet each. We're still able, and those are the hospitality rooms, so we're still able to open those rooms up and use those for speakers and for lectures and things like that. So we felt there was more flexibility by doing that.
So I think lastly, I just want to stress that in our request for the release of the program to let Newman Smith to start to do test fit plans, that doesn't mean it's the end of that. We're saying now we're for sure going to build a building of 47,120 square feet. It's basically that we've done what you asked. We sharpened the pencil on the program side, but releasing Newman Smith to do test fits for the building, we'll be back before you a number of times, and with the physical ability to now look at how plans and how spaces interact and hallways as they do that piece of it. If there's a desire to continue to make the building smaller, I think it's more productive when you're starting to look at then how the spaces, the adjacencies to the spaces and how they're laid out. So I just want to say that even though we're asking you to approve this program, by no means this is a commitment. Again, we're talking about a factor of 30% that needs to be worked out in the actual plans.
So I will note, as Commissioner Host mentioned, we have 3 pieces of correspondence relevant to this topic. The first one was from Christy Barrett, who did a citizen-suggested skinnying of the building, as she called it. She double-counted the grossing, which she had asked a question if she did, and she did. So her reductions were 4,643 square feet, which is roughly a 2,000 square foot difference from yours. We're talking 4% of the building. I think people are very close. We have a letter from Mr. Barato, the Senior Men's Club president, who's asking that the building be large enough that they can accommodate 10 scheduled small group meetings roughly per month, for which they are currently paying rental at Baldwin, that they'd like to move to the SCC if space is available. And then we have a letter from a citizen, Matt Britt, who says, in case he's unable to attend, he's very excited about the project. He believes it's a fantastic opportunity. He appreciates the due diligence. He is concerned that we are over-reducing the building and that it will not be able to have capacity for growth, and wants to know if we have stress-tested what significant increases in membership would look like. He personally says he has never joined the Y because of its current condition, but intends to the minute the new building is open. So those are comments that I wanted these three letters to be put into the record. Thank Ms. Bingham. So thank you. So questions from the Commissioner Host?
Yeah, I would like to pursue the kitchen. Why are we doing 900 square feet for a kitchen when, for example, a community house has a commercial kitchen? So do all the churches that are all over our town have commercial kitchens. Why for Meals on Wheels, where we do approximately 12 meals a day, Birmingham people, 12. Why are we going with a 900 square foot kitchen?
Well, we don't know that answer just yet, do we? Because we haven't programmed it with both Next and the Y. The square footage we have right now is a placeholder. When we start to understand the Y's requirements for their culinary programs, for example, right? Is it like Sur La Table, where we can roll out some tables and have little electric hot plates and do cooking demonstrations? That's one thing. The other thing is Meals on Wheels. That's simply some refrigeration and some flat area to plate some items. So we don't know that just yet. So that's our next step in programming. That's why that square footage is a placeholder.
And you had also talked about the availability of a kitchen for community use for rental possibilities, I believe, in previous meetings.
That is correct. Right. That is correct. We're just not at that programming point just yet to figure out the equipment and the use.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Jana, you just came back, perfect timing. So the building right now, and the spreadsheet's 47,000. What did the city commission decide on the range? That was the direction that they provided before, and is 47,000 within that range?
Yes, it is. The range was 44,500 to 49,000.
Okay, and then I had a question for Brian, which you were discussing about, and I was wondering if you could slide back for the public. It's your slide at the top. It says architectural program at the top. One more up, and then the third thing down there says, can the size of an architectural program fluctuate? And Brian, you were just talking about this, but I want to read this so everybody can hear it and so everybody can see it. Can the size of an architectural program fluctuate? Yes. The architectural program is a flexible document that evolves throughout the life of a project. Its size can fluctuate as user needs, budget considerations, site constraints, and building code regulations can change during the design and construction progress. So Jim, question to you, that stuff you were just talking about, kitchen, and all these other things are things that will change the size of this building.
Perhaps, yes.
Building is probably not going to be 47,120 square feet when we're done with this. I'm going to guess that. And right now, we're being asked tonight to look at and approve a draft building program. That's it. It's a concept. Concept draft building program.
Yeah, we have to start somewhere.
And could you explain to us what that means? That this is where you start looking at how you would arrange the uses and get an estimated initial footprint on a site, correct?
That's correct. So I'll take some of these square footages and I'll literally start with squares and rectangles. So we know how big the gym needs to be in terms of proportion. We know how big the pool needs to be in proportion, but is the administrative area a rectangle or is it a square? And I'll start literally arranging squares. Well, it used to be on paper, but sometimes we do it in a computer now. I still work in paper. And we'll start arranging these things together to try to understand relationships between the lobbies, between living rooms, between entry points, and making a building out of this.
And then don't you also consider adjacencies for like, where do you need plumbing and where does it make sense to have water for bathrooms and kitchens and?
Eventually, correct. Yes, we do. Yeah. I want the toilet rooms closer to the front entrance, for example. We don't want the child watch, at the end of the building. So we start to organize and think about, how parents bring children in for child watch while they go to the locker room to change and to attend a class. So we start to think about those adjacencies. We don't want the next living room down at the end of the hallway where they don't have visual access to the bus, of which they start to board and they go on trips. And so they also want to be seen. The living room acts not only for computers and the library, but it's also their lounge space too. Sometimes they're not in a class. They're waiting for a class. They hang out. They come early. And when you walk into a building, you want to see your friends there. So that's what it's for.
So this motion releases you to begin this exercise, which is the next step.
Correct. And I've already started, actually.
Okay. So, do you have any questions, Commissioner Schaefer?
No, I mean, I think I agree with Commissioner Emmerine that the building is not going to be 47,120 feet when it's all done. It's going to be somewhere around there. And having done many test fits building a medical office building with all the rectangles and squares and all the iterations that happen with that over time, I feel confident this has been very well studied, and you can't study it any further until you actually start to map it out and have it all start to make sense and the puzzle pieces fit or don't fit, or one falls off or you add one. I'm conflicted by the commentary of like, this building can't ever possibly be big enough, and can you make it smaller? So I'm a little confused there by all the commentary we're giving you. Sure. And so I am fully in support of moving forward and making progress and helping to figure this out a little more thoroughly.
Commissioner Bauer.
My concern is that the program is well-informed. He seems to be well-informed about some things and some things not so much. Commissioner Host has brought up the kitchen. The kitchen came up because of Meals on Wheels. I would like somebody to walk me through how Meals on Wheels works, because my understanding is that it requires no kitchen whatsoever. And in fact, Bloomfield Township does about the same volume of Meals on Wheels as we do with no kitchen whatsoever.
Correct.
There's no refrigeration necessary. There's no plating necessary. The meals arrive. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. They arrive, and you guys put them into groups for who's going to deliver them, and they go out and get delivered. That's what they do in Bloomfield Township. I don't know. I'm not sure our city manager knows, and I'm pretty sure our architect doesn't know. So it's that sort of thing that concerns me.
Would you like to address that?
Absolutely. Meals on Wheels is one component of a kitchen. So do they need space for plating and refrigeration? Perhaps not. But if you have other culinary programs like cooking, culinary arts at night or during the day or with teens, then you may need that.
But we haven't we have not had a single member of the community come and say, we demand a culinary program.
But then you
we
also
thought
have,
maybe we could do it after the genesis was, we need this kitchen for Meals on Wheels.
Okay. But we have two tenants of the building, Next and Y, that have expressed interest in providing that programming opportunity. So I can leave it off if you want, because where we start to organize this kitchen is at the end of the building, so we can take meals from the kitchen out to a van and distribute it throughout the community. So it's on the end of the building right now. I can move it. I can get rid of it. It's not a problem for me.
But I think personally we don't get to that point of starting to tick stuff off until we figure out how constrained we are on the site.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Let us let us keep moving here with our process and understand, because that's going to be my next step.
Right.
We start test fitting, then we'll have these conversations with Chris and with Parrish and understand what they really would like to do here within the community.
Commissioner Long.
I also echo what some other commissioners said. I think it is time to move forward. I also think it's time for Next and the YMCA to talk to the people at the community house and see what they might be able to offer. Maybe they come forward and say, we only use our kitchen 2 days a week, and you're welcome to use our kitchen. And we have this 5-star kitchen, as Commissioner Hake said. I've never seen it, but I'm sure it's beautiful. But just, I think that should be also part of this process going forward, because we may find out that we only need a 300 square foot non-commercial kitchen, knowing that they have the opportunity to go to the community house and maybe use theirs for a period of time. Just, it's there, it's available, and if not, then we ran it at the flagpole and it's not. But I built a house, and this is way more complicated than building a house, but it's still the same process. If you hang ring all the way through, knowing that you're going to have the opportunity to make these decisions as we go along, this is not the final. This is not the way the programming is going to look. This is not going to be the final square footage of this building. We collectively, and the public and the staff are all, and all of the people that are working on this are going to have input, and this is going to change quite, I don't want to say drastically, but quite a bit between now and when we get to the end. This is just the one step, and I think we need to keep that in mind. I think all the questions are excellent questions, and I think we're going to be able to address them as we move forward.
Ms. Ecker, you had a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to add one more thing about the kitchen, because while we've talked about it for Meals on Wheels, and the Y does have some kitchen programming and cooking classes for teens and such, you also have to think about the community use. We want this building to be good for the community as a whole. And as somebody that has coordinated, say, a baby shower or a bridal shower or a party for your parents' 80th birthday, when you rent space for these types of functions, you very often want to have a kitchen to have things in the fridge, to have things to heat them up, to serve them and bring them out and serve them. So keep that in mind too. Again, everything that you've said is true. It's early, but there are other uses for kids. We're not talking about just Meals on Wheels.
Okay. Commissioner Hang, do you have questions?
I do. So it's been said by multiple people. You've built a proposal built on data that you had available to you, and then you went through a refinement process. So in the world of going from known unknowns to unknown unknowns, 4 steps: known knowns, known unknowns, unknown, etc. You went through the knowns. Tonight, the unknown unknowns were put on the table. The community house, I heard, and Camille Jane's still online, we have at least one board member from the community house sitting in the room with us right now. They said they want to be part of this. So they threw some unknown unknowns into your planning. We've talked about them a little bit. Looking at the programming that you've proposed in here to start the process, to start it, we can take 2,000 square feet out. The community house has a room called the ballroom. We have ballroom dancing on one of the programmings here. Kind of.
There you go.
Leads itself to an answer on that one. They have a 5-star rated kitchen that is, I'm pretty confident, not in use 7 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day. I would also put money on the fact that if we threw this out there tonight and said, could the community house put a proposal out to us within the next week that we could look at to help you refine programming, they'll come to you with something in writing saying, we can offer this, we can offer this, we can offer this. That's just one idea to help with this. And yes, what we have right now, is it going to be 47 and X? No. Is it going to be 46, 48, 44? We don't know. We've given a range. The goal is to get it a little bit lower, but we can't be everything to everyone. So yes, there's things in here in the programming that say, future, tumbling, future, teen improv, future on weekends, art, future, cooking, future. We have community resources that are of tonight, threw it out there and said, we want to work with you now. That wasn't the case this morning because we didn't know that. It also wasn't the case in the past, where there was a different environment. Now we've got a totally different page or different chapter has opened up that we can go to the next step of the iterative process that you're doing. You had to start at step 1.
Right.
It's fine. So can we take these offers?
But it still has to work for next and the why.
Ask them.
Right.
Ask them.
I believe
Next,
Ms.
will you
Parrish
talk
is
to the
standing up.
community house? Community house, will you talk to Next? Can you see what you can do? I'm not actually looking at the Y side. I think the Y side, because of what I mentioned earlier about I see this compatibility of the groups with the transition phase, I think the Y side, that actually self-polices, in my mind, much more. There's a service and service types that are not requiring such specialized facilities such as gym space or pool space or basketball courts or gymnasiums. That can be self-policed in my mind. There's this other that's a little bit more intangible where we have an offer on the table. I think we need to take offers like this with both hands and say, what can we do for the entire community and do better? Can you, if you need to, there's someone in the audience will give you her phone number, I'm sure, later. Can you talk to the community house tomorrow morning and say, what ideas have you got? Sure. And throw it into an iterative idea here, because then we can go to the next step of the process. That's what I would like to see, because I don't know where we are yet, but I think we're on a pathway. And a pathway just got a lot brighter tonight.
But I think he can do that in concert with moving forward on the concept.
It's part of the iterative process. I keep repeating, it's iterative.
So,
It's not a stop.
Parrish, did you have a comment about the kitchen? Or?
Not necessarily about the kitchen, although I do have some questions in terms of where that may have come from, but I've not been in every conversation in that regard. I really hate to do this, but I need to, on behalf of our ability to make a contribution to the project. This is a nip-tuck exercise that is getting dangerous in a sense. And what I mean by that, Jim mentioned, we've been asked to reduce the footprint and the square footage, and everyone has to feel the pain. Well, that 500 square feet that they've taken off of the WISE portion of wellness is actually 1,000, because we started at 5,500. It reduced to 5,000. Now it's at 4,500. That puts us dangerously in the danger zone and being able to provide a service that's going to help us afford to pay the operational costs. And I know that came after some conversations in a sense, but we weren't made privy to that until very late in the game. But I understand how we got here and why we're moving in that direction. And that's why I'm terming it as a nip-tuck exercise. And we have to be careful with that, as it's going to move us and the next as well away from their ability to serve. I also think that the next phase of this is to move it so that they can really study this based on the premise that's being introduced today. And I think until such time, we won't be able to really grapple in a sense. But as we get to the VE, as we call it, value engineering, you have to be really careful. This is very early in the process to be doing VE. I understand why we're here, but that's going to limit us to being able to put something in front of you that makes sense. The other parties, the other partners, as I shared before, we'll talk to anyone and participate with anyone. I don't know how that works in this regard, but I guess that means it starts with that conversation in a sense. But, we offered, as part of our contribution, for a whole host of stuff and reasons that we would pay the operational costs of the facility. I'm beginning to change that a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I just need to point that out there.
All right, thank you. So it is a balancing act, and the commissioners have to be, I think, comfortable with a little bit of ambiguity and trust the professionals to do their work before we micromanage this into the ground. But I do think that as part of the process, certainly the conversation can be had with what the community house can offer. I think one of in my mind, I think it would be silly to build this building without a kitchen, but of some size. But I think one point of concern that relates to parking was the large lectures that Next has in the evenings, which conflicts with perhaps Y programming. That might be a point of interest. Could the large lectures be held in the ballroom at the community house rather than on Next? So certainly conversations to be had that we need to trust our owner's rep and our architect to come up and say, we have issues in this area and we think other resources need to come into play. So I think Commissioner Host had his hand up first.
Thank you. Piggybacking on Commissioner Haig's notion of the community house, the art and the ceramics and those things, we already have a beautiful facility known as the Birmingham Bloomfield Arts Center. The same way, if we're going to have a library or a sitting room, we have the library right over here.
Yes, thank you. That we have discussed that. I believe the BBAC fee structure is perhaps not accessible to all of the seniors who utilize Next. Commissioner Schaefer had mentioned that last time. The classes are very expensive, and they are of a different nature, I think, than the community building that Ms. Braun mentioned as the impetus for her classes. But are you correct in that every resource in the community needs to be considered? Mr. Haig.
Especially if they're paying $1 a year in rent, which BBAC are. So a lending hand in reciprocity is never a hurtful thing. I forgot one thing, and I do want to say it, because as soon as you talked about parking, it brought it back to mind. The email we received from the Senior Men's Club, where they also asked about the opportunity for having meetings for their entire membership at 550-odd people, I think it was.
No, they only want the small group meetings.
Maybe I misread that, because I was reading 550 people, like, well, we can just about squeeze that legally into the gym, but we can't park them anyway. I don't know anywhere that could park them.
There was a conversation that that Mr. Dilgard, I think, brought forward, that they are not interested in moving their very large lunch meetings from the Iroquois Club, but they would like to move their 10-person or so less small group meetings into the
That's
small
fine.
groups.
I just suddenly got a concern about the large group and thought, well, we'd struggle anyway.
Okay. So I think at this point it'd be appropriate to have a motion and then get public comment on the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve in concept the draft building program for the new Birmingham Community and Senior Center at 400 East Lincoln.
Support.
All right, so we have a motion and support. We've had a lot of conversation from the commission on this topic already, so let's open it up to the public. If you are in the room and you'd like to make a comment on this motion, please come to the microphone and give us your name and address, and please hold your remarks to roughly 3 minutes. All right.
I don't see anybody online.
No comment?
No.
All right.
You got a hand on Zoom.
And I have
Hand on
a,
Zoom
yes,
as well.
I see that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Tilson. I live at 1527 Cheltenham, and I'm also a very proud member of being a Next member, or staff member at Next. I do like collaboration, but with the community house as an option, the accessibility for seniors to get in and out of the community house and parking for the seniors to get in and out of the community house, I do think needs to be a factor that would be weighed heavily, because at Next, and I think at the 400 Lincoln project, it's going to be there's no steps or anything to get into the building. So it's just something to think about, and I don't know how all of that would come together. So I do think it's a good option, but it's something that would seriously need to be weighed. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, George Dogard, 1619 Fairway. A couple things. One, I'm also a member of the Birmingham Senior Men's Club, and I think you shouldn't get too excited about doing anything with the community house. We've negotiated with them over the last number of years, and the costs at the community house were prohibitive. So I wouldn't hang your hat on any use of the facility at the community house. Also, as far as moving ahead, it's time to move ahead. And just as the mayor said, the micromanaging. But I'll give you a micromanagement. I'm a member of the Birmingham Beverly Hills Health Club. So they have a Zumba class, and this morning I was in a cardio class there. 2,400 square feet, maxed out at 18 people. And we've reduced the fitness room to 2,100 already. So I wouldn't be, when I think Newman Smith comes back and does the analysis, we could be back up to 49,000 square feet. And for example, they got pressured into reducing the storage room, 120 square feet. The one at the health club that I belong to is 300 square feet. They have all sorts of barbells, step equipment, whatever. So 120 square feet storage isn't going to cut it. So anyway, move ahead with the next step, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on the motion in the room? Going once, going twice. All right.
Sorry.
We'll move to online. We have Ms. Barrett.
Hello?
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 We can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think there needs to be further evaluation of programming, specifically for next, because there's so many things that were listed as current programming, which is not current programming. And so you're asking the city commission to approve I can't remember what you call it, a
draft building program.
Not a scheduled programming, which that is actually equal to square feet. So at what point are you going to say, we don't need this? This isn't true. There is no concert from 7 to 9 p.m. 2 days a week for next. And as I've mentioned before, I've looked at all the analysis, and the YMCA never changed. But we've gone from 3 different iterations of programming for next, whether it was 200 and whatever, 158, and then when you go back and look at it, Melissa was correct. It's around 120 hours a week. And some of these are not real programs. They're just spaces that are labeled. And there's I can give 20 different examples. And I'm not saying it's not deserved. What I am saying, it's not honest. And you're asking the commission to approve this program that's not a program, but it does equal square feet, and every square feet equals money, without looking at or even knowing what really exists. Because if you go to the online calendars of YMCA and NIC, one of them is pretty consistent and the other one vacillates. So, I mean, example, bingo is now, currently scheduled in 2 different rooms once a week, and that's not true. There is no 5 hours every week of social luncheon / lecture. That doesn't exist, but that's calculated into the overall program, which is erroneous. So I don't know who's responsible, but you need to understand that the community is not going to pay for erroneous information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment online? I see none. We will bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Host.
Okay, Madam Mayor, as I have expressed many times before, I think we're way out ahead of ourselves on this project. We're being asked to approve a proposal for a very expensive building we don't have the money to pay for. And we're doing all this before we're clear about its uses, before we fully understand its operational expenses, before we have adequately explored alternatives, far less expensive solutions to next space requirements, and before we have any confidence that our residents will support a tax increase for a facility a fraction of them will use. Respectfully, I'll be voting no on this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Commissioner Baller.
I note that we have another member of the public. I don't know if you want to take her comment first.
I'm sorry, did you want to make a public comment?
Yes, but I also want to highlight Camille Jane had her hand raised for comment. I want to make sure that comment is made before mine is
It didn't show.
I don't see that.
Is it not shown on the Zoom?
No, it is not.
Can we call on Camille Jane?
You can unmute her, see if it was.
We can, but she does not have her hand raised.
Let's see if she wants to make a comment.
There she is.
There it is.
Now it's up.
Okay, sorry.
Ms. Jane.
Hi, I just want to comment on the gentleman from the Senior Men's Club and to say that the pricing discussions that were held with the Senior Men's Club a couple of years ago were not anything or the same as the discussions when I was president and CEO of the Community House from 2011 through 2015, and I'm currently the board chair, and I have had very nice open communication with members of the Senior Men's Club recently, and again, asking how we can help them, and the discussions and the costs would be very different than the leadership that was most recently at the Community House. So we're here to help, and in any way that seems feasible for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a public comment?
Yes, thank you for accommodating that. Rosie Cole, 662 Purdy, speaking as a private citizen. In full disclosure, I am also a board member of the Community House. I am revising the 21st Century Leaders Program at the Community House, which previously ran there and won awards from Birmingham Public Schools. Also, as full disclosure, I also sit on the Multimodal Transportation Board as part of the City of Birmingham. These comments are mine and mine alone as a private citizen. I think it is very important. I would like to thank all of the perspectives of the commission. I would like to thank the consultants that are doing the proper work on due diligence, and also the informative and well-organized information presented tonight by NEXT and the YMCA. For the first time in following this for the last year or two, I felt tonight is showing a emergence of organized information that we begin to debate more of the strategic approach. We're talking it's micromanaging. I think we're at a critical time that we have to make sure all of the resources of Birmingham are maximized before we go to the taxpayers and ask them to pay money for new things. And I think we do not have that picture fully understood. Fortunately, the Community House is under new leadership, and I am very excited about that leadership, which is why I'm willing to invest hundreds of hours to reprise an award-winning program. And under that new leadership, we are seeking to return to its mission, and there is an opportunity here, and I look forward to help foster the conversation with the head of the YMCA, NEXT, and if we need to include the BBCA and the library, so that we can look strategically on how do we maximize our community resources so that what we ask the taxpayers to pay for is appropriate and right-sized, and we do not leave empty footprints. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Back to the Commissioner Baller.
Yes, thank you. I, too, will not be supporting the motion. It's not because I don't support NEXT and think it's a wonderful organization, and it's not because I don't support the Y. I agree, and those of you who know us know that it's a rare occasion when Commissioner Host and I agree on something this important. when Paul Reagan and I agree on something that's important. Heed what Mr. Reagan says, heed what Ms. Cool says. We are speeding down a dead end, and at the end of that dead end, there's a brick wall. Voters are not going to approve this. I'm a voter, and I was elected to represent voters, and I speak to voters every day. They want their streets fixed. They don't want, I'm not going to get into it. We are not being served by our advisors because they should be telling us, they should be advising us about a plan B, about another alternative. Because it's very clear at this point that this, to me, to him, and we're in touch with our constituents, that this is not going to happen the way it's playing out. There were several times in the process, I've noted previously, that I went along with allowing it to go forward because I thought the pieces of the puzzle would fall into place. The pieces of the puzzle have not fallen into place. So I'll be opposing this, and you guys can continue down the road. I'm telling you, it's not going to be pretty.
Commissioner Haig.
So I'm a little bit of a crux myself. I've just had the multipurpose rooms programming just happens to be on my screen the whole time we've been talking, and I do think it's an iterative process. Things that I stumble upon with where we are in the process. Just with the 3 multipurpose rooms, 1, 2, and 3, I counted 35 hours of currently non-programmed time between them, and that's taking open hours and future. And that's in a 4.5-day week because they're programmed on 4.5 days. So we basically have 1 free room because of the redundant time and spare time, and I don't see that as being optimized yet. So 1 room is 900 square feet plus storage all by itself. The next thing that I want to bring up, and I think everybody needs to listen carefully, whether you like listening to me say it or not. Listen to what my colleague Commissioner Bowler said, really carefully. The last time he and Commissioner Host aligned on something, that bond fell flat on its face and broke its teeth. It fell that hard. They don't agree with each other. When they agree with each other, pay attention, because it's significant. That amount of discord on this commission regarding next steps is extremely concerning for me. For something we're going to do for the community, as a goal, to support services that we wish to have in the community needs to be unanimously supported. When you have 2 people that teamed up, and the last time we had a major bond issue, and helped defeat that bond before they were both elected, is a huge red flag for this community right now. If you don't see that flag, open your eyes right now, because that's a concern. If they won't support moving ahead right now, we have a problem. So I'm really, really worried about next steps. I like the iterative process. I can't approve where we are right now, but I wish to see the iterative process continue. But pay attention to 2 people on this commission that are flat out no's. That's a really, really big warning to everybody right now.
I will comment that I was also a no on the previous bond issue. I think you were talking about Northfield Woodward and worked hand in hand with Commissioner Baller on raising concerns.
Oh, and I was a yes, by the way, just so everybody knows. I was on the yes side, and I got defeated.
Well, I was a member of the Parks and Rec Board. I was, I believe, chair at the time, and I was very concerned that I did not see any public benefit to that project, and that was my point of concern. I understand your caution. I think that this is not the same situation as far as the merits of the project. So I don't think that it is an exact example of caution, but I understand your caution.
The caution is not the project, it's the people and their motivations. It's not the project. I don't know how many times I've said, next, YMCA, I'm loving that. The YMCA's presentation was eye-opening. It was phenomenal. But be careful.
Thank you. All right, any other commissioner comment? Commissioner Host.
As a commissioner, it's unique for me to be now on the inside, and I remind you of the 2015 library bond and its failure.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Okay. I'm going to respectfully disagree. With you, Commissioner Haig, to take caution or warning or talk about running into brick walls. I think that is demeaning to this community when we have been here deliberating and discussing two entities in this community who provide tremendous support to young people and old people and everybody in between. And so to suggest that collaborating with them is like running into a brick wall, I refuse to be bullied by my fellow commissioners. We're not on the inside or the outside. We are making decisions for this community as independent people. We were all elected by the people in this community, and we are here to make decisions on behalf of them independently. So whether we're aligned one time or no times, I will disagree and I will not be bullied, and I will be supporting the motion.
All right, Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
No.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
No.
Commissioner Host?
No.
All right, motion passes
And by the way, I don't ever bully.
4-3. To move to the exercise in trying to see what the building might look like and this footprint it would require. We now move to new business. We have a public hearing for 111 Henrietta Brooklyn Pizza. Mr. Dupuy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Long.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Thank you.
That'll help.
And the staff presentation.
Okay, I am here to present the special land use permit amendment for the transfer of ownership, or I guess what I would consider a Birmingham institution in Brooklyn Pizza, from 111 Brooklyn Incorporated to 111 Brooklyn Beeham LLC. My records show that it's been in its current location since 1996. I'm happy to be corrected if it's been longer. More recently, though, we reviewed and approved that really big expansion into the adjacent tenant space, along with all the really beautiful exterior work associated with becoming a bistro and serving alcohol at that location, which is what necessitates now the special land use permit and the special land use permit amendment. So the applicant team is in the room, of course, if you need a little bit of color as to the who's, what's, and whys, and the details of why it's being sold. But in terms of a special land use permit amendment, it's relatively simple. What may not be as familiar to you is in the suggested commission action, I did recommend a condition to submit to us the executed contract. I'm happy to report that I have received both signatures, just more in an ad hoc fashion. I'm looking to collect those in a more organized fashion in one document. So if you would consider it, I'd still like that condition to be there. I would have that signed contract ready for you, Mayor, to sign, should you approve it at the next meeting, March 10th. So with that, I suppose I'll happily answer any questions and make room for the applicant team, should you want to.
Yes, so first we'll allow the applicant to present if they wish, then we'll have questions from the public, then we will close the public hearing, and then the commission can ask you any questions, so.
Hi, my name is Joseph Shalom, the attorney for the applicant. We're basically here just to answer any of your questions. It's a very straightforward transaction. There's no changes that are going to be made to the business. It's going to run the same exact way, basically the same menu, no new structural improvements or anything like that. We're not asking for anything to be added or subtracted from this project, and we'd just like to continue the way it is right now and just move forward. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
I think one of the services that Brooklyn Pizza provides to great relief for the young families who use Shane Park is your restroom. And I would hope that that would continue. It is a community service that also, I think, invites people to buy pizza and ice cream.
All right, my name is Jim Misaki. I'm the new owner. Thank you. So to answer your question, the restroom's going to stay open and be open, and we're not going to change that, so.
Thank you very much. We deeply appreciate it.
Yeah. Anything else I can answer for you? You know,
Commissioner-
it's under the model of, you know, it's cliche, it's not broke, so why fix it? That's kind of what we're going with.
Commissioner Host, you had a question?
Yeah, as the owner, why are you changing the ownership? Have you been doing it too long?
Excuse me, yeah.
I'm sorry.
We'll let you answer, we'll answer that question, and then we'll go back to comments from my mistake, to call on you.
No, my mistake.
My mistake. I need to, because you offered to answer questions. What we need to ask first in the public hearing is if any members of the public have any questions for you. So are there any questions from the public in the room? I see none. Any questions from the public online?
See any?
I see none. So I will close the public hearing, and now, Commissioner Host, you may ask your question.
You know, maybe you've been in the business too long, or are you looking for young bucks to help you, or
I have
what's your intent,
within
sir?
the companies I own, I have a hospitality company. I have Mr. Misaki is the buyer. I'm the buyer. This is the current owner. I'm not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He said it'd be in Florida once we sell.
Hi, my name is Sam Abdelfatah. Well, I've owned started Brooklyn in 1996, and started with my late friend Michael Schender, and I owned it 100% since 2009. Always worked on growing Brooklyn, and I'm very proud of what it is now. In the last couple of years, I have been thinking about selling and retiring. I had several offers in the last 3 or 4 years, and I was very careful to who to choose to actually buy Brooklyn and kind of continue what I started and maintain the vibe, the atmosphere, the staff, all these things. I've known Jim for the last 20 years, and you know, we've talked for quite some time, and I felt that Jim and his son would be the perfect fit to kind of maintain Brooklyn the way it is, and you know, add to it, you know, they're coming with fresh ideas and, you know, fresh energy, if you will, more fresh energy. And I think that the energy of Brooklyn was always the main drive for success.
Well, good for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Baller.
I understand that you might, first, I understand if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Second, I understand that the easiest way to get approved for this is to say you're not going to make any changes. You just indicated maybe there's some fresh ideas. I'd be interested because personally, as much as I love Brooklyn and been going there forever, I'd be interested to know what sort of changes you might contemplate.
Well, so fresh
He's going
ideas.
to tell you not to say because I want you to feel free to improve the place.
Sure.
And come back if you have to come back.
You know what, just in the menu, just a few things on the menu when he says some fresh ideas. Brooklyn doesn't have an app right now. We're going to create an app. Just small things that will enhance the business.
Anything on the interior, the idea of the bars?
No.
What? Okay. All right.
No.
Just feel free to come on back if there's some improvements you want to make inside. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for the buyer or the seller from the commission?
Just have a comment.
Comment?
No questions, but Brooklyn Pizza is like a staple in our house. We've been taking my kids there since we could cut pizza small enough for them to eat it. We enjoy sitting outside. We enjoy sitting inside. We enjoy it being delivered to our home. So thank you for your vision. Thank you for allowing the torch to be passed, and it's a wonderful asset to our community. So
Thank you for your kind words.
Congratulations to all of you.
Okay.
I wish you the best of luck.
All right. With that, Ms. Bingham, would you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
yes.
Mayor Teresa.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We now move to new business B, which is to hear from the finalists for the construction management services for 400 East Lincoln. We have 3 applicants, Clark, Frank Wewald, and Rockford. We are going to hear from them in alphabetical order. And Ms. Ecker, would you please speak to the process?
Yes, and I'll just start by saying, I know Assistant City Manager Clements is in the back. We will have Clark Construction present first because we are going in alphabetical order. So I would ask at this time that the other 2 firm groups go please with Assistant City Manager Clements, who will take you to an off-site room. We're going to have you not be here in the room for the presentations, and then we will switch the 3 different firms as each one's turn. So we'll do them in order: Clark, Rewald, and Rockford. And then each firm was asked to put together a presentation and to come and talk for about 20 minutes about what they could bring to this project. And of course, you can ask them any questions that you would like. And then that's about it. The process is, I guess, to state that a little bit, we came to you back, I believe it was beginning of January, to ask for your permission to issue a construction manager RFP. So we did issue that. We received all of the bids on February 6th. We had 10 different proposals that came in from 10 different firms. We reviewed all of those proposals at the Ad Hoc Senior Center Committee. There was a scoring sheet that was provided in your packet that indicated the scores from both the city staff that was involved, our owner's representative, and the committee, the ad hoc committee that is charged with overseeing this. And they did recommend 3 to move forward to tonight, and that's the 3 that you'll hear from. And it is up to you to make a decision should you wish to award the contract to one of these firms tonight. Okay. Clark Construction, come on up.
Sure. Shouldn't we close the door?
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Brian, can you reach the door? Because I can't even reach it. You have to turn it to
The little
off.
switch up on the top right.
It has to go to off. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, on behalf of the Clark team, I want to thank all of you for giving us this opportunity here tonight to continue to talk about this exciting project. And I want to start by introducing our team. Rather than having us all pop up here, I'll start with myself. My name is Janice Suchin. I will be the Senior Vice President and Project Executive looking over the project. And my job is pretty simple. I'm going to make sure that you all are satisfied at all times throughout the course of the project. I'll be working side by side with Chad Thalen, who will be our market leader for recreation projects. He oversees and is involved with all the recreation projects here at Clark, and will oversee the pre-construction process. So that's the estimating process right up until we start construction. Chad will then pass the torch over to Andy Richter, who will be our on-site senior project manager, who works side by side with Steve Thornton, our senior superintendent. And then last but not least, Jen Hubel, who is our marketing specialist and bond campaign manager. I did want to note and thank you for your attention to sustainability as one of your goals that you put in the RFP. I am a lead AP, and I've worked on over 20 LEED certified projects in my career. I also wanted to note we've got just a few bullets here to summarize the experience of our team. It's really important to me after reading your RFP that we bring an experienced crew for this kind of project. A mixed-use project like this requires a lot of expertise. I think you can see here between Chad and I working on the Pontiac project together, Chad and Andy working on Oakland Hills right down the street, another community-centered project with a lot of eyes and a lot of attention to detail and craft on that project. Andy and Steve working together, Steve and Jen working on Greater Midland Community Center, a state-of-the-art community center that was just opened up in the past year. And then Jen's campaign bond experience, that we have the expertise required for this project, and then also regionally that we have the local presence that we've been working on in Oakland County here. So recreation centers, as we've talked a lot about tonight, are an interesting breed of project, right? There's a lot of different types of spaces, or as Jim mentioned, a lot of different squares and rectangles that we need to put together in that program. And we've learned a lot of lessons along the way. If you refer to our proposal that we submitted, a lot of lessons of how we can share space and how we can make the most efficient decisions from a construction standpoint, hand in hand with that program and design. Also, due to that rec center focus, as well as our educational focus and our municipal focus, we've done a lot of gymnasium work. And gymnasiums are a lot simpler than they look a lot simpler than they actually are. There's a lot of strategy that we can bring to the table about, again, going back to that, how do we share space? How do we look at floor finishes so that we can have a variety of mixed uses there and start to merge and get those programmatic things to overlap, to condense the square footage. And that goes back to that iterative process that Jim mentioned that we're looking forward to undertaking with you and with Newman Smith and Kramer. And then pools. Pools are tricky. There's a lot of problems that can happen with the design, construction, and operations and maintenance of pool facilities. I'm proud to say that we have done dozens and dozens of these pool facilities, and Steve Thornton is one of the absolute best superintendents. It's why we chose him for this project. Steve's our pool guy. You know, he's constructed over 13 pools in Michigan in his career, and he's going to talk in a little bit more detail about that.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Andy Richter. So just wanted to touch real quick on the experience we have here with Newman Smith. So we have a 30-year working relationship with them. We've highlighted two, you call them comparable projects here. So Oakland Hills Country Club, I'm actually working on constructing right now with Jim and his team. And then the Greater Midland Community Center, which Steve has worked on. And then all these other projects, we want to note that we have some LEED silvers, LEED golds. But these are all very complicated projects that require a lot of collaboration, much like the project we're talking about here tonight, and it requires a lot of trust with the architect team. But speaking of trust, Kramer Group, we've also worked with for 15 years, and Chad is working with him right now on the Lansing City Hall project, and they're one of our favorite owners reps to work with. So moving on. With the experience with municipalities. So we have $4 billion worth of government and municipality projects. And with these, we understand that there's a lot of promises that are made to the community. We have to work to meet those promises, and there's always a set budget. We got to work towards community engagement and obviously positive public outlook. So with that, we'll bring up Steve.
Good evening. My name's Steve Thornton. I'll be on your site for the entire period of construction. In my career, I've completed many both pool, natatorium, and community building projects, including the Midland Community Center that a lot of these slides portray. My first pool I completed in 1985. It was actually a small plaster-type pool for the penguin exhibit at the Potter Park Zoo in Lansing, Michigan. That pool offered a lot of extreme challenges. Penguins don't do well in chlorine projects. So we came up with an O2 and ultraviolet system that met the needs of the project. So I bring that up because each project is different and has different challenges. We'll help Newman Smith look at the natatorium. There's three major types of pools: a tile pool, which looks great and has the very least durability. It's also the most expensive. A plaster pool that looks good but has more maintenance and long-term care needs. The other type is a membrane pool that looks great when you first go in. That's what you see in the Olympics. Those are almost always a membrane pool, but you'll replace that membrane every 10 years. So there's big cost differences and maintenance requirements for the pools as you go forward. There's several different types of material that we can use for the natatorium. the building surrounding it, and code requirements for that. Differing chemical treatments, how you're going to maintain the cleanliness of the pool water and how you're going to treat it. Also the mechanical systems and how you're going to access those. You don't want to drag a 55-gallon drum of acid or chlorine through your public spaces when people are using them. So how are you going to get the chemicals to the pool, and how are you going to treat it? Accessibility. Ramps are much easier for seniors to use. Seniors will use a pool with a ramp much more than if they have steps or mechanical lift systems. So all these things are important in the construction of the pool, and we can bring that experience and expertise to that design. Gyms and tracks could be designed as multi-use units just by switching flooring materials. You've got an elevated track designed in Midland that I know you were curious about. We can do that, but you've got to be careful with truss loading and the camber that you put into the truss, so when you pour concrete, your running track is flat. With our involvement and experience in constructability phase, these technical systems, we can help our clients supply a building that works for them to the best ability. The other task that is assigned to me will be the logistics plan for the project. We'll look at how we bring semis in, material storage, trailer parking, and in this one in particular, the surrounding community and how we minimize our impact to the surrounding community so we don't disturb them any more than absolutely has to be.
All right, so let's look into the work plan here a little bit. So February 24th today, we look at the project kickoff. The next step would be on April 4th, we're looking at it at the schematic design being done so that we can have a budget verification for you on the 23rd. We're looking at around January 13th for construction start. But the big thing we want to note here is with the pool construction, so typically a pool will take about 225 calendar days to build. So this is a critical piece for us, and what we're showing right now is September 1st, getting enough enclosure that we can start that pool in order to make sure that we have the April 2027 handover. So that's it.
Okay, I'm Chad Thalen. As Janice said, I'll be in charge of the pre-con on this project. Allison, in the picture, she's the senior estimator that's assigned to this, and unfortunately, she is just coming back. Well, fortunately, she's just coming back from maternity leave, I guess. So she couldn't be here tonight. But I think the biggest thing I wanted to point out as a company, you know, a lot of our competitors have a project manager doing some estimating, or they rely on trade contractors. Clark has made a huge investment, and I feel like no one else that we're competing against can say this. We have 18 in-house pre-construction professionals. That's all they do is pre-construction estimating. To take that further, we have in-house electrical, mechanical, and plumbing estimators, which that's not typical. We also have civil estimators for all the earthwork, landscaping. We have some people that specialize in design assist, so we may talk about that at some point. But without this type of group, you're not able to pivot quickly and not able to go through a bunch of different scenarios. So I think this will be a huge advantage for the project. The community-driven projects, if you look down at the popcorn, and what I'm hearing a lot tonight is all the different opinions and what do we need and the different groups, and that is a typical process on a job like this, but we can't fit it all in the bucket, right? So we got to decide. You have to decide, and working with the other groups, and we'll be there with Newman Smith and Kramer, what tops out the bucket, I guess, and that's just a process that we're used to. It comes through listening to your community engagement, us working hand in hand with Newman and Smith and Kramer on the design meetings, and then the scope and budget analysis. So we're always, the scope is always to the budget. The design is always to the budget, and we work closely with Newman Smith on that. When you talked about an iterative project, this is a sample of what we did at the Pontiac Rec Center. There was a lot of same thing, different opinions. Oh, we need the pool, we don't need the pool, we only have this much money. So in a matter of a few days, Allison, who's the estimator there as well, threw all these different scenarios together so we could provide it for city council. And we did everything from, 2B, what if we put the pool in 2031? So we took that down the road, did escalation and everything to give them an idea of the cost if they waited. So we ended on 3A, again, we have the in-house horsepower to pivot quickly, and if you guys ask a question, we can quickly put numbers together like this, and I think that'll be a big advantage to keep the project moving forward. Here's another thing we do. We evaluate all the systems that could be used for constructability, for cost, availability. So this is an example of mass timber versus structural steel. You can see there's some advantages and some disadvantages, and then there's a cost model for each one. So as a group with a design team, we can look at what is the best fit for the job, for the cost and schedule, and make sure we're using the correct materials. And we'll do that across the board on the different parts of the project. The schematic estimate by April 23rd, that's something that we can handle with our in-house horsepower. It's a big task, but when you look at our estimating, our first estimate, schematic design estimate, is as detailed as our last estimate, and that way every single line item is broken out, so Newman Smith, for example, can review that and make sure that it aligns with their scope. And even if we don't know if something's happening, we may put it in there and just put a 0 as a placeholder. But just an example, for Pontiac, this is our schematic. This is the first estimate we gave them. It's 49 pages. So it's just the detail that we can put into it with a large group that we have there. And then our estimating accuracy, I think the industry is typically 7 to 8% bid to budget. We're 2%, and that was maintained through COVID as well, which was very volatile and a little tricky to keep up with the way the prices were going. And then another important one now is we've had the market conditions calculator for a long time, but now we've transitioned to the tariff conditions. And the difference between what Clark does and others do is if steel is going up 10%, let's say, most contractors are just going to take the steel number and multiply it by 10%. We actually break it down because the reality is 70% of it might be material, so we're not going to put the other 30. We're not going to raise the other 30% by 10%. We're only going to apply that percentage to what we're actually doing, and we do that with all the materials. It's right now, as there's probably our industry, there's a lot going on with the tariffs and the concerns and everything, but other things like the cost of energy is coming down. We've seen steel in the last few months come down 18%. So things are going up and things are going down, and obviously we've got an 8-person committee that's all they're doing basically right now is studying the impacts across the board on all of our projects and what's coming up.
I want to note that you have 5 minutes left. Okay. Thank you. Good.
Hi, I'm Jenny Hubel. I am the bond proposal manager for Clark Construction. As you can see, I personally have been doing this for 15 years with communities just like yours. We have a full service marketing team that provides graphic design, PR, and campaign support if the city of Birmingham chooses to use this service. Obviously, there's a campaign strategy for the city. We would act as sort of like an extension of your communications or your marketing department because these types of campaigns can be a burden to the city. So we can use our expertise that we have on board to help the city create an information campaign. And of course, everything that would be released to the public would be all approved by the city, in kind with an advocacy campaign strategy. If there's an advocacy group within the city of Birmingham that would like to take on the task of also educating the public, we can also assist and sort of be the left arm and the right arm for both campaign strategies. Obviously, there can be a high cost associated with election consultants, with our service. The support is provided regardless of a win or a loss. There is no fee. We will not surprise you with an invoice at the end, like, hey, we won this bond for you. That's not how we operate. Right now, in the state of Michigan, for a millage increase, the passage rate, at least in 2024, was less than 10% for bonds. And so that's why having any additional support that can potentially help the city of Birmingham, we are on board. It is my passion to help communities, especially projects like this where health, safety are on the line for those residents. And so this is something that we fully support. And of course, I do not end after, my support does not end after the bond campaign passes. I will continue marketing support throughout the life of the project. This is some examples of things that we did for Midland Community Center. We had construction updates. This could be a benefit to Next. It can also be a benefit to Y to really encourage more membership. And of course, you want to inform your community about what is the impact, where are we at in the construction process. So this is just another way that we can help support all of those groups involved, and of course, the city as well.
And with that, I think we're left with 1 minute-ish left. I won't go through all these since I know that we're tight on time and it's getting late into the night, but when I try to put myself in your shoes, you've got a big decision to make. These are what we believe, what we've heard from our clients the most as to what separates Clark from our competition, what we believe we can bring to this project. I think we've hit on most of these. I'll just end with that community commitment. I hope you can feel the passion that comes out of our team. Community projects are a big deal to us, they're a big deal to Clark. They're hard. That popcorn bucket is always going to be overflowing. It's why we love doing what we do. It's that challenge is what makes that opening day and that ribbon cutting worth the while. It's going to happen. It's going to be awesome. And we love doing it with Jim and with Kramer. So with that, turn it over. Quick question.
Thank you. A few minutes for questions from any commissioners. Commissioner Emmerine.
I just have one. Someone mentioned having Newman Smith review your estimates or whatever. Have you guys done that before on other projects, like recently?
Yeah, we at every phase typically. So we'll get the schematic estimate done, and then we'll sit down and do a page turn with them to make sure that we're interpreting their design and have everything included. And then we'll do that at design development, and then with the final CDs.
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Thornton, how are the Penguins doing?
That's what I want.
Honestly, the first 6 that they got in there all passed away. But they still have penguins to this date. They got another 6 and they rotate. But yes, there's still, that pool is still in operation and they still have penguins.
Commissioner Long.
I have the benefit of, I serve on the ad hoc committee, so I listened to, or we reviewed a lot of this last Wednesday. There was something that was offered that I haven't heard about tonight, where I believe Clark agreed that they would not charge for a certain portion of their services if the bond did not pass. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, so the pre-bond fee that we listed, if the bond doesn't pass, we won't send you a bill for that. I was at that meeting, and I just wanted to clear something up. So what Jen does, pretty much we never charge for that. That's just something that we offer. That cost for the pre-bond is for us, for our estimating team, to put together a budget quickly, and so that you have the right number before you go out to the community and start talking about what size the project is. So we've got hours in there for pre-construction group. The bond campaign work is included, and it kind of got meshed together, and obviously I couldn't speak up at that meeting as the contractor, but does that help?
But even the bottom line is that if, and I hope it doesn't happen, that the bond doesn't pass, and if you are selected, that the city would not be charged for your services up until that point. Correct. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Bauer.
With regard to the campaign support, are you spending that money, or are we spending that money and you're just using that money to do what you do?
Yes, so we consider it an in-kind sponsorship, essentially. We also can provide in-kind sponsorship to your advocacy committee. So there's actually no dollars exchanged or anything. It's an in-kind.
Okay, So but the stuff that costs money, like let's say you're going to do a mailer.
Oh, yeah, so the city is required by law to pay for their mailers, and so that would be a city obligation regardless.
Have you ever created or contributed to a political action committee that that's goal is to get one of your projects approved?
No, we don't contribute to political action committees. We never have. It's a company policy, so. Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hagan.
When you mentioned plaster, do you mean gunite? Is that the same thing to you?
Gunite and plaster are the exact same.
Okay, it's just maybe the name
exact same
confused.
product. Gunite is applied much thicker.
Okay.
Plaster is usually half-inch thick.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Same exact product in the bag.
All right, next question I got. You talked about Pontiac, option 3A was finally chosen. That was a $36 million project. What size is that building?
It's just over 50,000 square feet.
But it said no pool.
Correct. So I will say that if you look at the renderings, while there is no pool, the design has 0 straight widths. Everything is a radius. There's some really high-end custom metal panels. There's a lot of things that drive up the cost on that. So the pool's out, but then there's a lot of design items that are custom and specialty items that are kind of driving the overall price up per square foot.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes.
Here, I'll pour.
No, I got it.
Rosie's been sitting back there.
Rewald.
Good evening.
This cleaner well work for that, or we can just quick them?
We do have a handout for everybody. Got our photos on it in case you want to draw lines on our faces or anything like that. Take some notes.
We need one here. Oh, Brad needs one. We'll share.
Okay, no, you can have, you keep it.
Do you mind?
Thank you. Brad, can you get an extra copy?
Oh, no.
I want you to be left out.
Take your jacket off.
Thank you.
Clayton, don't open the window, it's too damn cold with that. Just take your jacket off.
We're missing somebody. Yeah, we got a couple bathroom breaks.
All right, we're all here. You have 20 minutes, and we are timing, and it is 10:42.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bobby.
My name is Bob Offer. I'm the project superintendent. Know the neighborhood very well. Know that Lincoln is not just a side street in a neighborhood. Know that it's almost a thoroughfare. Built a lot of homes in the area. So we take in more of a very, very close approach to knowing the community. Been involved with the Adam Haynes project. Got a lot of pool experience, Detroit Athletic Club. the pool here at Adam Haynes, we did that in the middle of the winter. So the pool business, we've definitely got down. We're smaller, like to keep things local, not growing to get real big so we can handle our customers locally. We don't want to go real big, go out everywhere, because we know who our people are and what they need, and that's where we've delivered in years past.
Bob? Kurt?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kurt Ryder. I head up our estimating and pre-construction department. I've been 13 years in the industry, 11 great years with Rewald. Prior to that, I was an infantryman in the Marine Corps, and I graduated from MSU in construction management. I have a passion for my industry and for my work, and as we go through here, I hope you can pick up and realize some of that. I'm a numbers and details kind of guy. If I get too far off in the weeds, feel free to stop me. I lead our recreation and municipal sector, and have been involved in numerous recreation and pool projects, actually all those that are up there, and more, including the Rochester and Lake Orion school bond projects as well. Adam helped build the original OPC up there, and I've been involved with Renee Courtwright and them on several recent projects, and yeah, have Adam.
Thank you, Kurt. Good evening, everybody. My name's Adam Goot. Thank you for inviting us to give you a quick presentation, hopefully learn a little bit about Frank Rewald and Sons. I represent the executive in charge of the project. I'll have full project accountability. I'll be a very, very familiar face throughout the pre-construction project and construction. I've been with Frank Rewald and Sons for 26 years. I started my construction career at Rewald, and as long as things go well, I hope to end it there. I think it's pretty unique to be with a company that is really family-oriented, take care of their people. As much as, 26 years sounds like a lot. There's plenty of people at our office that have been there 40-plus years, 45 years. I think there's a gentleman retiring that's 48 years at Rewald, non-family related, so I think it's very unique. We will share some stories about OPC as we get into our presentation, but I'll turn things over to Jason. One thing I'd like to mention prior to turning it over to Jason, I am a local resident. I'm a Franklin resident. I'm a vote. My wife's a vote. I have plenty of friends that would be interested as we're all turning the page to being 50 here and hopefully being involved in such a great community project and program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jay. Thank you, Adam. My name's Jason Rewald. I'm the president of Frank Rewald and Sons. I represent part of the fourth generation of family ownership, something we're pretty proud of. Hopefully we keep you awake. I see most people have switched to coffee cups now, so that's good. We're getting later in the night. Hopefully we keep you awake here. But before we run into things, Brian, we did get your questions that you sent prior, so I think we'll hit on most of that as we get through our presentation here and leave some time for questions. But I do want to mention a couple things that I think differentiate our firm from our competition. Number one, we're in our 106th year of business, family-owned, Oakland County-based for that entire 106 years. About 79% of our business is repeat referral-based local business. We've got a lot of experience in the city of Birmingham, which I think is important. Experience is an important thing, but every municipality differs, and having local experience, I think, is important. We've also got a lot of experience with Newman Smith Architects on similar projects and local projects, which we'll talk about that as well. And I think what that really means in a nutshell is being a local company. None of our people tonight are staying in hotels. Our headquarters is 10 miles from the building we're in right now. I think that speaks to something. We think that speaks to something. And I think really at the end of the day, we have the most to lose. We're not traveling out of state, up north, around. Our business is in this local area. And we think that's an important piece to this project that's really about the local community. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our project experience. Adam, if you want to start us off with some municipal experience. Yeah, our group put together just a summary of municipal projects, and we got to a head count about 120. And as you can see, as Jay had mentioned, almost 80% of our business is repeat business. We're not here to hit a home run and disappear. We don't mind hitting singles and doubles and enjoying the relationships that we create with our clients. One of which is OPC. It was a project that we mentioned earlier, and I think Chris would agree. that it's probably a flagship for the type of building, a community center, senior-related, in the Metro Detroit area. That's really a flagship for what you're trying to do. We think it's relevant, even though it was built over 20 years ago, because we've maintained relationships with various executive directors, and we've helped with all sorts of programming within that building, changes to that building, capital expenditures, replacing the roof, moving doors around. It's just a natural fit that we've become really an extension of their staff, and that's, I think, our goal for everyone that we work with. We want to be your right hand in the process in building your project.
And just to build on that a little bit, I talked a little bit about our local Birmingham experience. You can see a list up there. I'm not going to go through them all, but I think one of the important things to point out there is most all of those clients are repeat clients again. So as Adam mentioned, we're not doing one and dones here. I got to get orientated, but 250 Martin that way. We're in that way. We're in that building again right now doing about our 4th or 5th project. So, we try to do a good job and stick around. And again, I think that the local experience to Birmingham, working with the building department, Bruce and Mike over there, those are important tangibles that I think help a process move along.
What is 250?
That's a private residence.
A bunch of condos? You build it?
We didn't build the original building, but we've done extensive work in the building since. Bob, you want to talk a little bit about the pool stuff just for a second?
Yeah, so with the small footprint that we all have talked about with this building and the property that we had to build on, we know there's a good chance the pool is going to be up on another floor. Detroit Athletic Club was a renovation that we did on their pool. Challenging working down there, but sought the whole project through. There's no margin for error. We don't factor that in knowing that we're going to execute the project ahead of us. The pool over here at Birmingham Point, we started the main tiling, the construction of it in the winter. So nothing's going to stop the schedule. Nothing's going to slow us down. We're going to continue to find a way to push through, but still keeping quality the absolute number one. I'm kind of known for making guys pull stuff apart. If it's just not right, it's just not right. So looking after your dollars, the taxpayers' dollars, and making sure that those are spent in the most appropriate ways.
I think finally, and just as importantly, we have a long-standing history with Newman Smith. We've had the pleasure of working with them. Over the past 10 years, we've built $250 million with them on 7+ projects. A number of them have been LEED certified as well. Newman Smith is a fantastic architectural firm that we partner very well and collaborate with. And as we go through, we have a couple of examples of collaboration that we work hand in hand with the design team with to do so. Moving into getting into some of the project specifics and some of the questions that we were asked, we developed this slide on the project work plan. I think as we get started here and we talk about pre-construction and the bond effort, one thing that I want to point out is that we don't manage to hours. There's a fee and some hours plugged into the proposal, but we believe so strongly in the pre-construction process that we typically greatly exceed those hours, all at our expense, to deliver the results that our client needs and that we need for our field and staff operations as well. So I think that's pretty important to point out before we get started. I could typically talk about 25 minutes on this, and the guys would kick me under the table usually to hurry up and get done talking about it. So I'll try to do as best as I can to be brief in our short time here. It was asked of us to explain our approach to evaluating the conceptual program and the schematic cost estimate for budget consideration and support the bond vote. With the brief time, I think the best way to do that is to show a very specific example of what what we've produced for a very recent client, Van Buren Township, that we again had the pleasure of working with Newman Smith on. We were brought in at the similar stage at schematic design. The original programming was a little bit above what they wanted. The original schematic design came in at about $11 million with their target budget of $10 million, so approximately 10% over budget. Through the extensive and collaborative efforts of working with the owner and design team, we came up with creative cost solutions without cutting program or scope or square footage to move the project back into the targeted range of about $10 million. As you can see there, we came up with the $1 million savings, and then the project progressed to design development and we did the opinion of cost of design development at $10 million. It went to bidding and budgeting, to bidding, and we were fortunate to receive great bids, and the project came in right at budget, at which time Newman Smith and the Plant Moran, the owners rep on that project, said it had been years since they've seen a project come in on budget, so that was very nice to hear that. And I was in the unique position of that when a project managing the project as well. I think to kind of summarize and reiterate what our pre-construction sets us apart, we build out the project 100% complete, and we've returned a value of $217,498, which is 100% of our construction contingency we gave back, and we did not spend a dime out of that. And Adam, we are approximately, through 50% of?
Yeah, we're doing a similar rec center project. It's about 36,000 square feet for Redford Township. I know it's a little bit short of the square footage that you're looking at, but if it's something you'd be interested in looking at as a leadership group and getting touchy-feely with what that commercial space feels like, we'd love to take you on a field trip. As Kurt mentioned, we're about 50% through construction there. And we've used 0% of our construction contingency. So we're developing this pattern of being very, very good stewards of the money that we're asked to handle for various clients, specifically municipalities. And that starts with the pre-construction effort of a project. This gentleman behind me, I always tell people that he has a gift, and he's going to share his gift of construction estimating with you, and it's just this amazing quality that he's developed in a track record of just spot-on accuracy with numbers in construction, and it's a track record that references would validate, past clients would validate. It doesn't happen by accident. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and there's a passion behind it for sure.
So I think kind of to summarize the work plan here, there's a lot of buzzwords up here that really any contractor can throw out and speak to, but I think when you start looking at some of the real-time examples we just went through, that's the value that we try to create throughout this process. And also hearing through comments and different things this evening, options are important. You saw the budget that we put up there at the original budget we did. We were over their target budget, but we came with options. We like shopping lists. We like what are needs, what are wants. So not just coming with an issue, but trying to come with some solutions are very effective for us because it helps the process keep moving along. And really, we're here to give you our expertise to make decisions. That's really what we try to be, as an extension of the owners. One thing I want to talk about is pre-bond support up there. We didn't really touch on that. We've got a lot of experience doing that, but I think that's also can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, or we do. Again, we're here as your construction manager or professional. I think facts are important. We provide those facts, but sometimes when the contractor is cheerleading or heading up that process, it can be a little bit of a conflict of interest we've seen. Again, we're here for the facts. Much like self-performing in our industry, we don't self-perform any work, so we'll bid out every work. Some of our contractors that do self-perform, it's like when you go try to get a concrete bid and you do concrete work, are you really getting the right bid? So we kind of look at it along those same lines as a little bit of a conflict of interest, so we're here to help with that, but you got to just be careful with that. So
We'd like to note you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to move along a little bit. Just to the why Rewald here, we'll leave this up. We're not going to go over everything here, but I think we'll speak to a couple of projects here because they're local. Number one in the middle and the top there, that's a Chris Long design. That's the Brookside building there we did on Old Woodward there. The top right there is Adams Haynes, or Birmingham Point, which Bob has mentioned a little bit there. And Bob, why don't you speak a little bit about OPC and a few of these other projects? Or DAC.
The OPC.
Yeah, I think the OPC would be.
The story about OPC, I just feel like there's a lot of similarities between where Next is at specifically in a, a public school. That's where OPC was housed before our third generation or second generation rather, Roy Rewald created the initiative with Mary Miller, who was the executive director at OPC. I remember Roy dragging me onto a bus with a bunch of seniors, and that was the group of people that he put together, and that was his bond promotion committee that he drug out there. And I was early in my career at Rewald, and he took everybody out to Holland to check out a senior center in Holland. That was the flagship of the day. That specific property, and I know that OPC has won several awards and different accolades that they've done for the Rochester community, very similar to Next, where it's influenced by Rochester Hills. It supports Rochester, it supports Oakland Townships. There's just a ton of similarities. And if folks haven't toured that facility, from a programming standpoint, I heard some of the dialogue earlier tonight. That's one that you can get really touchy-feely with. I know Renee, Kurt and I did some due diligence and met with Renee before we met with your group. I hope she shared that in some sense, and I think that she did. But she would welcome everybody to take a look. I know she's very proud. I mean, you can just stand in that vestibule and feel the energy. And the gentleman from Newman Smith talked about just the lobby interaction with the seniors coming in and really maybe not having much on their agenda for the day other than just being somewhere and having a purpose. And their purpose was just to get to, that facility. And I feel like Next will become that for the Birmingham and greater area specifically.
I guess just to leave with a couple final thoughts here, because I think we're wrapping up on time. I think some things that differentiate against us is, again, our local being here 106 years. I think we have the most to lose. We've got local experience with Newman Smith. We've never been hired for a project and not finished it in our 106-year existence, and we've never been in a lawsuit with an owner. Again, not that we don't have problems, but we try to come with solutions. We're team players, and really that's what it's all about, because construction is not easy. We will have some oh crap moments, but it's how you react to those, and I think we've got a good track record of that. So with that, I think we'll open it up to questions.
Commissioner Host.
Two real quick questions and then some real questions. The Van Buren Township, 11 million, how many square feet is it?
It was approximately an 11,000 square foot addition and then a renovation of about 30,000 square feet.
Okay, and on the Redford, what was it that you built? And how many square feet, and what was it, and what was the cost?
Redford Township is 36,000 square feet. New construction, new parking lot, outdoor amphitheater facility. So it's got a neat kind of public space where you're pulling up, music in the park, plug-ins for food trucks, this really kind of cultural spot adjacent to Western Country Club. Really one of the first and largest new developments in a very long time in Rochester, or in Redford. The value construction, I want to say we're about 19 million with
soft costs or hard costs?
Hard costs.
I believe it's 16.
16 million.
Okay. And now the real questions, and it's for Mr. Rewalt. Your pre-bid services, you're the only one that won't waive the fee if the bond fails. And I'd like you to address that, as well as your construction management fee is 2.3%, and that's a lot higher than the other ones. And yet your bid is, a good bid.
Yeah, I think, so to answer your first question, I don't believe we were asked to waive that, so we try to keep it very succinct when we're bidding municipal projects and give the client what they're asking for. So we didn't offer that. We'd be willing to offer that or talk about that if we needed to. We'd be open to that, but we wanted to kind of answer it to the letter of the law, if you will, there. And as far as your second question there, I think if you look at our fees kind of in totality, when you add everything together, it was pretty competitive. So there's different ways, companies bid things. I think if you look at the staffing added in with the fee, with the other costs on the size of project it appeared to be pretty competitive to us. So I just would caution you to fixate on the fee because it's a little bit more of a holistic approach when we're putting those together.
Well, to turn you all into apples, would you be willing to waive the pre-bond fees if the bond fails?
Yes, but we'd like to be involved in the next project, whatever that might be, because something will happen.
Ms. Kuchar.
If I may, for clarification for the record, Commissioner House said all did but. Of the 10 proposals received, 2 firms made that offer. 8 did not. So it wasn't that everyone did but this group. They just happened to be moved forward, and they were ones that did not going forward.
And just to elaborate a little, if I can, on your question too, Kurt talked about we had to do it quickly, but kind of our process, and we take a lot of credence. That sets the table for the project. So, and I think in the big picture of the project, it's a small amount of money, but there's a huge bang for your buck there.
I jotted this down, if I may, real quick. I would be remiss if I had the opportunity and I didn't do it. CM services are not necessarily apples to apples; they're apples to oranges. And I think, especially in this case, with a local CM with ties to local subcontractors, there's better bidding opportunities, which I'll explain in just a second, develops and saves the city a vast sum of money. So on that note, it's a bit theoretical, but we do have some interesting, recent, relevant data to share and to support this. On a $24 million project, 7.58% or $1,819,370 are CM related, leaving $22,180,630 for construction hard costs. If by our pre-construction efforts and our local deep subcontractor relationships, we're able to better bids by 5% to 10%, that's $1,109,031 to $2,218,063 that we're able to extend the city's buying power by the city buying the correct and required CM pre-construction services. So while you're not wrong, and it's definitely, you want to compare apples to apples, given the situation, the services provided are not necessarily apples to apples, I guess is what I'm saying. And we do have some recent data, as I mentioned, on a Oakland County project that we'd be very happy to share that illustrates this very case in point as well.
But the answer to the question was yes, if the bond failed, you'd be willing to waive.
Correct. Yep.
What, 32,000 you had?
Yep.
Okay. So questions from Commissioner Emmerich?
No questions.
Commissioner Schaefer? Commissioner Baller?
Have you ever created or contributed to a political action committee to get one of your projects approved when a bond was involved?
No.
To my knowledge,
no.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Lott?
Nope.
Commissioner Hay?
My questions are answered.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
I told them. I didn't know there was like no, but earlier today I did.
Pardon? A large part.
sad.
Needs to fund it.
Sad.
Not?
Sad.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of institutional.
Wow, good team.
Our taxes moving. All right, so, Rockford?
Yep.
All right, so someone can work the slides if you like, someone can speak from the podium. You have 20 minutes, we'll give you a 5-minute warning, and then we'll have questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity. Our Rockford team is fired up, even though it's late, and excited for the chance to be part of this important project for the community of Birmingham. A little about Rockford. 38 years of excellence, develop, build, and manage properties all over the state. One of the largest construction managers in Michigan with close to 400 employees. We've got deep Southeast Michigan presence. We've been working in Detroit over 2 decades. 5 years of partnership with Birmingham Public Schools, and we've been part of 11 school projects. We're community center specialists, and we're a relationship-based company. 85% of what we do is repeat business. And I can't stress enough that we are excited to be here and look forward to hopefully being part of this project. This is our team. I'll have everyone introduce themselves as we go through the presentation here, but this is the right team with the right knowledge, right experience for a successful project. We're local. We're all from the office in Detroit here, but we've also got close to 400 employees with a vast amount of experience and knowledge that we can draw from. I'm Tim Bryan. I'm the Vice President of the Detroit region. I'll be the principal in charge. I've got over 25 years of construction experience on some very large projects.
So, bear with us for the next few minutes. We are not public speakers, like you all. We are constructors, and we're your community partner. So, I'm Ed Bloom. I've been with Rockford for 17 years now. I am your pool and recreation center expert. And also lead principal in charge on several athletic and other natatorium projects. We're also familiar with Newman Smith and the team, currently working with them on 2 higher education projects. And, you know, I want to take a minute and applaud you for bringing in a construction manager at the right time in this process. So many times we get into the process where we're not involved through the program and help drive where we are going with the cost. We need to be here and your partner right out the gate. It takes the right team and right qualifications and credentials to successfully build a community center. This team is experts in high traffic areas with diverse users. They're very, very well versed with the technical requirements of what it takes to build these projects. This project requires strong leadership, quick decision-making, along with a wide range of skill sets, effective collaboration with the architect and the contractors, as well as your pool consultant and contractor. One of those key elements of your community center is the natatorium space. This is vastly more technically involved than a normal building construction. So this team has that experience through actual project and real-world problem solving. I've worked personally with Dave Royer, our lead superintendent, on Berkshire and Covington, which was 2 pool renovation projects, as well as Eric Watry on 2 other Birmingham public school projects. So this team has cohesion. We've had multiple projects experienced together, and that's a huge benefit to this community. This team also has the extensive experience with public bidding. We do this year in, year out. seasonally, and also will adopt your purchasing requirements to public bidding. Rockford Construction is no stranger to building sustainable buildings. So as you can see here, this is the Caledonia Community School Center. It's a community center we just actually completed and will ribbon cut this Thursday. So similar delivery model, similar stakeholders, community engagement in this project. We will take those lessons learned and best practices and apply them to this project. It's imperative to understand the programmatic, that will impact the type of materials in this project. This includes flooring and supporting fitness rooms, dance, aerobic, free weight, yoga, and other activities. So from hardwood to rubber, we have the tools to execute a quality installation. With pool and rec centers, temperature and humidity of spaces will contribute to both comfort and performance of your occupants. Training activities generate human heat and humidity, and appropriate temperature controls and ventilation and lighting levels all support safer and healthier environments.
Thanks, Ed. I'm Eric Watry. I'll be the project manager for this project. My roles will include keeping a pulse on the project from not just the construction portion itself, but also through programming and pre-construction as well, helping with Gaetano. Ed couldn't have said it better. You know, you guys are trying to hire the right CM to help not just build this building, but get it through the bond. And that is where we come in. We have strong ties in the Birmingham community, myself included. My daughter lives in the neighborhood. She went to Pierce. Dave and I got to work on Pierce together. She goes to Derby now. I got to do some of the programming for Derby. And it would just be such an awesome opportunity for us to be able to provide something for City of Birmingham, for Next, and the YMCA of something that you guys can all be proud of for decades to come.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to reiterate, thank you again for this opportunity. We're all really excited about it. These are some of the projects that our team gets the most fired up about because it has such a great community impact. My name is Whitney Kuchar. I will be your pre-bond support team over on the Rockford side of things, so I'll be leading that charge. My background is in marketing and communications. I've spent over a decade doing that type of work, and prior to joining Rockford about 3 years ago, I worked for a local nonprofit that dealt very frequently with municipalities and public funding, so I'm very familiar with this process and how important communication is throughout the entire pre-bond campaign. So you'll also hear we've taken a stab at a tentative schedule for you all. We want to hit the ground running. A successful bond starts way before you're crafting the language to put on the proposal, and we understand that. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. It's very clear that you all have done a lot of work and background to understand what the community is looking for, what the stakeholders want, and engaging in different types of feedback. And we want to just join you in lockstep. We want to be a part of that effort and add horsepower to what you've already done and really bring it across the finish line. So that's what we'll be doing in March. Really, the purpose of that is to share the why with the community, share the information about this public amenity, the public space, and gather any feedback that may be important during the programming process. In April, we'll be drafting up that ballot language, and by May, we will be in full campaign mode. So our team, as Tim mentioned, we have a full bench of marketing specialists on our team that have done this dozens and dozens of times. We're very comfortable creating things like websites, brochures, flyers, social media posts, engaging local media, creating videos, taking photographs if necessary. All of these are important in sharing the information about the project. You can see in the bottom, it's a little small, but this is a recent flyer that we created for Northview Public Schools. We're working with them right now to get their bond passed in May. So at the end of the day, we understand that this is a huge investment for you all, for your community, and we really want to be good stewards of that investment. We feel that we've done a good job as partners of Birmingham Public Schools and executing their bond. We feel we've been good stewards of their dollars through this process, and we hope that we'll be able to continue that with you all in this project as well. So with that, I want to pass it to Gaetano. He's going to talk about estimating and pre-construction.
Thank you, Whitney. My name is Gaetano Vitale. I'm a senior estimator with Rockford, part of the dedicated pre-construction team. I'm a close to 40-year veteran in the construction industry. Have been in southeastern Michigan and pre-construction my entire life. My job is to provide accurate estimates and maintain the budget. We know that it's a very aggressive budget, and my job is to make sure that we keep that budget maintained. And that's going to happen by starting early in this project, working side by side with Newman Smith and the rest of the team. It's a collaborative effort amongst all of us to make sure that we can reel this project in within budget. We provide estimates using lots of different levers. We use historical data, trade contractor input, and as Ed has mentioned, the Caledonia project, which was very similar in program, size, cost, function. So we can use that as very real-time cost. We understand that, being in Birmingham, that this isn't going to just be providing the lowest cost, but it's going to be providing the right cost. You will be the end user at the end of the day, and we do a disservice if we just provide a low cost with inferior materials and equipment. Bring it in low, and then you have high operating cost, replacement cost, that type of thing. So we want to make sure that we provide the right cost, the right materials, the right equipment, and make sure it's a sustainable building that'll be here for a long time. And obviously, being in downtown Birmingham, it has to be aesthetically pleasing too. We don't want a very simple-looking building in an area such as this. We do our constructability reviews by looking through many lenses. As an estimator, I look at cost. Dave will look at safety. He's looking at how quickly we can get it done, making sure we got the right contractors. So we'll roll out the plans, and we look at it through all our different lenses to make sure that we do a very clean and accurate constructability review. Risk is something nobody ever likes to talk about, but it's real. And we want to make sure that we manage those risks. We have things that we just don't know about right now. It could be tariffs. There could be long lead items that we're not aware of. Soil testing, we don't know what kind of soils we're on yet. And again, lead times of materials. So we just want to make sure that we stay ahead of these risks. We know they exist. We're not going to ignore them, and we'll keep them front and center. With that, I'd like to hand it back over to Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Gaetano. So how do you manage the risks, right? We talked about trade contractor outreach, using the local trades, and using their input to be able to help us, lead us into using the best knowledge that the industry has to offer into helping put that into your building, helping put that into your space that you guys can use to help mitigate the risk of, tariffs or long lead items. Long lead items, we can put together packages for early release of those packages. Demo of the building. We could demo the building way in advance of when we would release the 100% CDs. There's opportunities like that as long as it works with programming to make sure that you guys get a project on time, on budget. So with that, we also try to prioritize the local trades. Bingham Farms and the Birmingham Public Schools, we had over 106 bidders. That's a pretty crazy amount for the size of the project that it is. It's amazing. So we try to keep that money, those funds of the local trades as best as we can kept in the area. So that way they want to keep investing in the area and keep wanting to build more. If you go to the next slide, we'll talk about schedule. So I've been in the industry about 22 years. Through that time, my expertise is scheduling. Last planner systems are my favorite thing to talk about. It's the easiest way to define critical path items for, you got a 15-month schedule here. Not going to lie, it's very aggressive. We have other projects that are similar in scope that are closer to 20, 22-month schedules. Can we do it? Yeah, we think we have the tools in place and the people in place and the knowledge and expertise to be able to do that, especially with a gentleman like Dave. Well, we'll let him talk about how he pushes schedule.
Hi, I'm Dave Royer. I'm the proposed senior superintendent for this project. I'm working on my 40th year in my construction career, and 4 of the last 5 have been here in Birmingham School District. And I got to say, to the 15-month schedule, I've been working on K through 12 and higher ed, so 15 months seems like a long time to me. But I'll use my experience to drive the schedule and make sure we deliver a quality product. I use careful coordination and productivity tracking to ensure that we catch issues early so we can find ways to resolve and bring it back on track. I take a lot of pride and passion about what I do, and I hope to build a quality project for you.
Okay, gentlemen, we'll note you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, as Dave said, quality matters to us. So we have a saying at Rockford, it's quality lasts forever. And that got passed down from one of our leaderships previous. It's the little details that are vital, little things that make big things happen. And, what we're trying to say is that we've developed quality management programs specific to natatorium and recreational spaces to navigate and understand and coordinate, whether it's wood flooring in a gym, tile in a pool tank or on the deck, health department checklist, flooring tolerances, and code compliance. Those are all very important to a public project. Understanding tile standards, VGBA safety, which is drains in a pool, pool certification, state of Michigan Eagle, and health department requirements. All these code compliances will be imperative to this project. Also, another key piece is functional testing commissioning. Commissioning of your building, the last 10% of the building is what matters, and it's the piece that ensures function and operation of your building systems. That will include building envelope coordination, HVAC and dehumidification systems, lighting control, pool circulation, pumps, filtration, and heating, all for your patrons. Training is another key element that some construction managers don't focus on. We need to make sure that you understand how your building operates and how you can maintain your building into the future. This will include equipment manufacturers and facilitated by our pool contractor, along with Rockford Construction. All trainings will be recorded for future use. And we'll also inform and empower you as the city to understand how to operate your building. Again, it's the last 10% that makes the real difference. We must finish strong and bring true value to this community.
So now you have to ask, why Rockford? This team has worked in this community. We've worked with Newman, Smith, and Kramer. We've worked on similar successful projects. This is the team that will meet all things required for a successful project. Why Rockford? We have the right core values that align with the city of Birmingham. Think safety first, do the right thing, inspire innovation, build strength through diversity, drive sustainability, win as a team, and own your craft. Those will all be woven into the fabric of this project. For all of those reasons, I'm asking that you award the project to Rockford. We have the right team to help pass the bond, deliver the project on time, under budget, with high quality. We want the trust and partnership of this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Host?
No.
Commissioner Amarai?
I just have one. Someone mentioned 106 bidders on was that a Birmingham Public School project?
Yes, it was the Bingham Farms and Corton project.
And then do you think, I would think the answer to this question is yes, but having so many bidders locally would help on a job locally here. You probably see kind of the same kind of action coming from that, I would think.
Yes, and it really starts with pre-construction. So with Gaetano, he reaches out to a lot of our trade partners, asking for input on the drawings, and especially when it goes from schematic design to design development to construction drawings and any other estimates that pop up in between there. And that gets that kind of local engagement started going. Plus, with the bond process that goes in play, a lot of these trade partners that we know and we trust, we reach out to them months in advance of when this is going to go out to bid. So this is going to go out to bid in January, I believe, February of 26. We'd already start reaching out to them next week, letting them know, hey, put this on your radar. Start looking for advance for when Gaetano sends some estimates out. That just really drives the interest, and then you get more. The more competitive you get, drives your cost down a little bit.
Thank you. And I have one other question. In all these Birmingham schools, how many projects are there with all that school bond? Anyone have? You don't need to give me an exact number.
I can answer that. It's four middle schools and 9 elementary schools.
Okay, thank you.
And we've also replaced drinking fountains in every elementary and middle school.
Correct. Secured entrances as well.
Okay, thank you.
Touch 3 different pools.
Commissioner Muller?
Pre-bond support, when it comes time to spend money on, I understand you're contributing labor, right? Expertise. Do you pay for anything? Mailings or anything like that? Or is that billed to us, or is that included in your?
It depends. Typically, it is a city cost. Knowing that during bond campaigns like this, you are not able to give a yes or a no inclination. You're only allowed to send informational campaigns. However, there are certainly elements, perhaps if we were to take photos or videos, we likely would not, include that as a line item. But for hard costs, postage, that would probably be something that we would ask for reimbursement.
Have you ever created or contributed to a political action committee to get a bond passed?
Not that I am aware of, no.
Okay.
No. Commissioner Haig?
You put a lot of emphasis on schools, and I do see in the background stuff here some YMCA work, but it seems a little light more on the senior side. How do you feel about that?
Actually, we do have a senior living division within Rockford Construction, so we do have the expertise in working with the senior community as well. But specifically, yes, in our RFP response, we really highlighted the recreational, the natatorium spaces as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I've also worked on several senior living centers in my career as well.
Commissioner Haig, just one point to that. Rockford did build the first universal design YMCA center, Mary Freebed.
Correct.
About 10 years ago, I believe. But we do have a lot of those partners within Rockford still that can give a lot of good input and advice into the do's and the don'ts within constructability for the senior center.
Thank you.
I had a question. I note that, for example, your Birmingham Public Schools projects, you say 0 budget variance, but the Caledonia Community Schools, which you've highlighted several times, had a 27% budget variance?
I can't speak specifically to that because that does include the other bond portion in which we were only managing the middle schools and the elementary schools. There was another construction manager that managed the athletics as well as the high school programs.
Calplex.
Oh, I'm sorry?
The overage on Calplex.
Oh, overage on Calplex. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to Birmingham Public Schools. Sorry. So the overage for that, know that we bid that out during COVID. We went through significant challenges with building design. We also worked with a AE hand in hand to right-size that building, and then also Rockford Construction contributed well over $1 million worth of value engineering and worked with a local precast contractor as well as the architect, and we made that building shell precast and saved us substantial amount of money, as well as the schedule had accelerated the schedule based on lead times with the structural steel, and also within that pool natatorium space, right, you've got to manage the chloramines and that air, and we were able to implement precast as an option rather than having structural steel with special marine coatings, et cetera.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, lady and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
And you stay.
Well, that's not what I want to do.
Mark's just going to get the other groups.
I know. I was going to have Jim come up and fill in the additional information that Commissioner Baller had asked for at the SCC meeting, but you asked him since he had no real experience to please bring some. I wasn't going to do that for everybody. You asked.
Jason, what did she say? What did the mayor just say?
I don't know. Everybody else going on. Sorry? He said he never would.
Katie?
And you said when you come in.
You know what she just said? Okay.
Some information from housekeeping in New York.
Something she wanted explained by somebody.
Oh.
Something to be explained by somebody for his request.
That's not the right question to ask.
Right, but I was hoping to have an empty room to do that.
I didn't get one.
Before the commission takes up discussion, did any member of the public have any questions that they wished to ask of any of the presenters? I see none in the room and none online. All right, to the commission. Commissioner Host.
And this is to the three firms. You really all have done a nice job, and you all went into the marketing that you're hopefully going to offer us, which we appreciate. But if we hire you, and I know you know this, you suddenly become an agent of the city of Birmingham, and that would be the same status that Newman Smith has, and Kramer has, as well as I have. I'm not a private citizen. I am now an agent of the city. And as such, I just mentioned this upon reflection of the 2015 library bond, as well as the 2019 NOWDEC bond. It is arguable that our taxpayers watch the city and its agents promote those bonds during the educational meetings, as well as disseminating mailing materials, which again, arguably, were highly promotional. I just want you to know that we are all going to be agents, or at least one of the three of us, three of your groups will, and I found all three very, very competent. And I will be voting against it, whoever it is.
Commissioner.
I think everybody did a great job. Thank you all for putting all the time, effort into this. We had, I'm looking at the spreadsheet here that the ad hoc committee reviewed, and there's 10 excellent people that submitted bids, and the three best, in my opinion, are the ones that came here. So thank you to Commissioner Baller and Long and for bringing these three people here. They're all capable, all three of them. So I think, in my opinion, it's going to come down to which one that we think, as a commission, will provide the best service. I don't know how to judge them. I'm thinking about it. I wrote a lot of notes. They're all excellent. I don't think we're selecting between 3A construction managers here. That's it for now.
Members of the committee, any comment?
No.
I echo, I was on the ad hoc committee. I was part of the group that selected these three. They're all excellent. They all did a nice job presentation-wise. Unfortunately, we can't have three construction managers, or fortunately, we can't not have three construction managers. I got to tell you right out of the gate, from paperwork through, reviewing everything, the Tuesday afternoon before the Wednesday meeting, Clark really stood out to me to be the standout among the three, if you had a gun to my head. So that's...
We don't want to do that.
No guns to your head, yes.
But no, I really think that everybody did a nice job. I think everybody would be, all three would be very capable. We have to select one. In my mind, it would be Clark.
Commissioner Haig.
Thank you to all three of you for your presentations, the time you put into it and all of this. And I don't like any of you because you made it difficult. Sometimes people walk in and the decision is actually, it's a lot easier. So that's the dislike part. You didn't make it easy. And I'm struggling because I think there's three A players sitting in front of us, and now it's a case of how do I help choose A1 versus A2. It's extremely difficult with what you showed us. Every single one of you brings something to the table, slightly different combinations, but boy, you made it hard.
You're looking at me like you want me to comment.
Well,
I'm not going to support the hiring of a construction manager. If I were, I would say Clark had a great presentation, and the other two guys ought to watch it because it was, I don't know what it was, practice. It was like higher production values, let's say. So that's my opinion for those who are going to vote for this, but I would say that I'd echo what I said earlier. We're wasting a lot of time. And I'm sorry to say that, and it's almost midnight, and it's sad to me. So much energy.
I think that all three presentations were excellent. I think two of the three, Clark and Rerold, probably had a greater number of more relevant projects and more pool experience. So those two stand out to me as compared to Rockford, which has a lot of experience, but maybe not quite as relevant, not as many Ys, not as many rec centers. And so I think it would come down to Clark and Rewald, and they were both excellent. They emphasized different things in their presentations, so it's hard to go apples to apples,
Yeah, I guess I feel similarly. This is always very difficult when you have three very qualified groups come before you and present. All of you have the requisite expertise and experience in lots of different projects. So I don't think we would be remiss if we voted for any one of you. I did feel it's always hard when you have one go first and then two after, you want to go back and ask questions of the first and compare things, but I felt like the presentation from Clark was the most comprehensive, seemed to have the most experience with these types of a community center that we're trying to not waste our time with, but actually I don't think any of this is a waste of time. I think there's tremendous energy about this, and so my general feeling, if we had consensus among the group that's going to vote in favor of supporting this, I would probably support Clark. But everyone was excellent and had great experience. So,
Commissioner Host, do you have a comment? No.
May I?
Yes.
Clark's estimating team was impressive to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a majority of the commission is looking for, is solid estimating. Can I make a motion and vote against it?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
I'll move that we approve Clark. Is there a
But you need to read the
suggested?
suggested commission action.
Well, I just want to move things along. It's getting late. I mean, people are falling asleep. So, I'm sorry, what page is it on?
234.
I mean, anybody else, feel free.
I mean, I'm happy to make the motion, I just need to find where it is. It'd make more sense to make a motion that you might likely support, so.
Yeah, I'm wondering why you want to make a motion and then
I just want to move things along.
Okay, well, I will move things along.
We still
if you
got.
don't mind pulling it over. Okay. So I will make a motion adopting a resolution to approve an agreement with Clark to provide construction management services for the construction of the new Birmingham Community and Senior Center to be located at 400 East Lincoln in the amount not to exceed $32 million in cost. That's a fun number to say out loud. In addition, to authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Funding for this project has been budgeted in account number 101.0-656-000-811.00000.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any commission comments on the motion?
I'm just going to comment that, that I will be supporting Clark tonight as well. It did have the highest rating among all the people who reviewed it at the ad hoc committee.
All right, Commissioner Haig.
So I don't think we're wasting time. I disagree with that. Now, I may have disagreed earlier with the programming because I didn't think it was mature, but I don't think we're wasting time, so I disagree with that comment completely. I think having a professional estimator, construction manager team will help clarify the things that I was in doubt about earlier tonight, because that will start putting hard facts in front of us instead of a lot of the speculation and what-ifs and maybes that we've been working with. So that's why this one, I will support this motion, which is different to the position I took earlier, but for different reasons.
All right, any other commissioner comment on the motion? I would like to thank Commissioner Emmerine for pointing out the scoring. I think each firm was scored by 9 individuals, I think.
And also some city staff.
And yes, so, and Clark did have the highest scores, though they were close. It was Clark,
very close.
Rewald, and then Rockford. Any public comment on the motion? In the room or online, please use the raise your hand function. I see none in the room and none online. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
No.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
No.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
All right, we have a construction manager. We now move to new business C, which is resolution to approve the proposed design for the Woods and Bait project to reconfigure the street and the pedestrian enhancements. That's Melissa Coda.
Sorry, coffee.
What? Yes.
It's something that's going to be happening soon that we need to approve all the way.
You're 100% correct. Except they're all healthy.
Just looking for a way to shorten
Then I should get rid of you.
Ms. Ecker, Commissioner Baller has asked whether this item needs to be addressed this evening.
Ms. Coda, would you like to address that? Could it be addressed at the next meeting?
It could be.
Is the next meeting the meeting you're missing?
No, next meeting, I have 6 other items, and plus the unapproved road workshop next meeting.
So
no.
It could be moved, but right.
All right, no, we will proceed. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Well, I'm pulling up the presentation that's in the agenda, or an agenda packet for this evening. So this presentation is for the Willits and Bates Street project. It's an upcoming project that's in this current fiscal year. The limits of the project is Willits from Chester down south towards Maple, all the way to North Old Woodward, and then Bates from Maple to Willits itself. And so with this, it got brought forward at Multimodal Board in December of 2024 for potentially any pedestrian enhancements, improvements, and any other multimodal transportation recommendations previously that's been in front of that board. To be able to improve maybe certain locations or certain areas located within this project limit. And the multimodal board had about 4 recommendations to go forward with. Exhibit A is the first one. It's redesign the intersection at the intersection of Chester and Willits, located right here. Currently, as you can see, there's a revised island in this location right here, but our traffic engineering consultant and also reviewing this with multimodal, the stop sign is located actually right here. So when you make this turn through here, you actually have to look backwards, and it's a hard sight distance to be able to see traffic coming off of Willits going westbound. So with this, here's the proposed conceptual recommendation is to essentially put new curb in this location here and in this location right here to make sure that it's an easier in and out and improved sight distance at this location of the intersection. Exhibit B is for pedestrian bump outs at the intersection of Willits and Bates itself. So with that, they're recommending in the blue these locations right here to provide bump outs for pedestrian crossing. So essentially, you've got more sidewalk location in this sidewalk area, so your length of crossing within the street is actually reduced. We did look at this whole entire intersection, and our engineering consultants did not recommend these 2 locations in the red just because of conflicts between the through and the left-hand turn traffic movements at this intersection. And Exhibit C, as we've referred to, or a third option, is to convert Bates to a 2-lane street. So with that, currently you can see right through here on this side and this side through here, you've got at this intersection, 1 southbound, you got 1 eastbound turn and 1 westbound turn at Willits itself. But once you get down here towards Bates, it's Bates at Maple, it's actually 2 lanes with parking on both sides. So recommendation from multimodal board was converted to 2 lanes. And with this, at this location right here, where you can kind of see the current right-hand turn at the intersection of Bates and Willits, turn that into a 15-minute parking zone, similar to what we have on Brown Street, just east of South Old Woodward, to have another location where potentially trucks, deliveries, et cetera, could be able to park in that location. And then for what we call it as Exhibit D is potentially putting a bump out at the southeast corners intersection of Willits and Chester. It's this location right here. So if you're coming northbound off of Chester and do the turn in this location right here, there's a wider area that's striped out as white. This is as a potential. What we'd like to do is confirm it during design. So once our engineering consultant starts on design on this project, check to see what truck turning radiuses are, et cetera, to see what we could potentially do in this location. We haven't had them review that yet, but that would be the goal of them to incorporate Exhibit A, B, and C in their when they start the design on the project, and then D to look into it more to make sure vehicles are driving over brand new curbs, et cetera, review the turning truck radius. And so those are the recommendations from multimodal board to come forward to City Commission tonight. And the goal is to provide engineering department with direction of how to proceed with final engineering on this project. And I'm available for any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Bauer.
Yeah, I recall in the past, some distant past, this was discussed in 2 contexts. One was the removal of what we all knew and some loved, some hated, as the Ring Road, which was a bypass. And this curve, which is not a corner. And so there was some, in the past, discussion of eliminating that and just making it a normal corner, just like any other intersection. I do want to ask a quick question. You're now allowing left turns onto Willits off of northbound Chester, is that correct? If you go back to that change of the Chester, the very first diagram you showed. Yeah, right there. Where right now, you're not allowed, if you're going north on Chester, you can't turn left onto Willits. Are you saying that you can turn left onto Willits now?
So with that, you would not be able to turn left on Willits with this proposed exhibit through here, just because we would still keep the double yellow line through there that you wouldn't be able to cross. It would be people turning in this way or people exiting Willits Street itself.
So why do you have the arrow there going?
So this right here, there's currently 2 existing bump out, essentially 2 parking spaces.
There's 2 arrows. There's one arrow.
Yeah, to be able to go in and out. So someone that's coming this way could turn into the approach this way, type of a deal. So if
Okay, so
anyone's
there
going
wouldn't be
on
that
Willits-
straight shot?
Yes.
Okay, get it. So, 2 things that I think are in the public interest. One is to calm traffic in that area, because there is an enormous amount of pedestrian traffic coming out of the parking deck and the parking lot coming into town. And I think I use that a lot. I think cars whip through there as much as possible, as fast as possible, and use it as a ring road. So, because they're coming off of Maple, and they cross Woodward, and then they turn right and go past, Park Street, past the Hunter House, and then they turn left on Oakland, or they come off Woodward onto Oakland, and they go straight because they want to go east on Maple, okay? That's the pattern. Does everybody understand what I'm talking about? Okay. And it's one of the areas where we have a lot of traffic, high volumes, and a lot of speed. And I would like to, if we're going to be reconstructing here, I mean, I know that we're going to inconvenience people who are used to using that, but that's what we've done every step of the way as we've eliminated the ring. So there are places, for example, where we changed the intersection at Chester and Brown Street, which used to be full speed ahead. It was still a left turn, but it was like 2 lanes going left as fast as you want, right? All the way through. You remember, right? Okay. So I don't know why we're not, I mean, I would be looking at trying to do that here also. And I don't know how Willits and Chester and work together, but whether that could be just squared off and made into a normal city intersection where you stop and you have to turn left, or you not just whip around. Because not only are there a lot of pedestrians coming across Willits from the parking lot, there are a lot of pedestrians coming up from the Holy Name area and going back down.
So if you're talking about turning that into a T with a stoplight, that seems like it would have the capacity to greatly clog up traffic, like backing it all the way out.
Well, but so that's the nature of city. Yeah, our job isn't to provide a highway unless that's what you want.
No, but
we made a policy decision many years ago.
Right.
On many parts of this, and I don't know why we didn't. You could look back and say why we didn't. Probably we said, well, we'll work on that when we work on it. Well, now we're working on it.
Well, wouldn't we have to have the traffic consultant tell us whether that would actually back traffic across Maple?
Sure. Hey, all I'm bringing up is past. There's been past discussion of this that I find to be legitimate and in the public interest.
So, Melissa, was any of that considered?
A traffic signal at the intersection here, located right here, was not considered in one of the information reviewed by multimodal board. It was something we would have to ask the city traffic consultant engineer to see, but there would probably be a concern though with if you put a traffic signal right here, is the timing and then the spacing of potentially vehicles being backed up here, and how does that affect this current traffic signal and this current traffic signal? And then also too, to be able to check to see we would have to have our traffic consultant review that.
I don't think we talked about a traffic signal. I think it was maybe just a stop sign would be good enough. Or stop here and stop here, but this guy's got the right of way.
Commissioner,
A stop sign, traffic signal, all of that has to be analyzed by the traffic consultant.
Absolutely.
We can't, none of us here have the ability to even look at that.
Right.
So if we wanted to consider that, which might not be a bad idea, I'm also not opposed to what's going on here either, but that's something that has to be analyzed by the traffic consultant.
My concern, if I may, one more, and then the city manager wants to say something. I don't want to be deterred by a concern that we're going to change traffic patterns or flows. I mean, it's a city, and these are city streets, and they're not highways. And that right there is used like a highway.
right, my concern, Commissioner Baller, Mayor Pro Tem Baller, was just the short distances between, Chester and Bates along Willits and Bates between Maple and Willits, just because those are very short blocks. Mayor, City Manager Eckert.
Yes, I just wanted to add in 2 points that I think maybe I'll say more from a planner's perspective, that I think two of the things that they're trying to do with this particular proposal is make it into more of a 90-degree intersection. Is it exactly? No. But they're trying to make it more into a T type of intersection, and at the same time recognizing that it's all residential down that street on the north side. And this particular design actually adds more green space than what you have now, so it helps to differentiate the downtown from that residential character street. I think the last thing I would say is that in order to turn it into a true T intersection, you could, but you're going to end up with a very wide area of land there. And I don't know, maybe I'm not saying this part right, Melissa, but you've got so much land to work with there in terms of the road space, and we don't want to make it faster. We do want to make it slower, and we do want to add more green space and make it clearer where the residential area is.
Is the option D, which you would consider that bump out all along the curve, would that serve to slow and calm traffic?
Yeah, if someone, this location right here, if someone's traveling northbound and making the turn to be able to, following the road and be able to go eastbound through here, be able to see that essentially anytime you narrow a lane of road with a curve, et cetera, would slow down traffic speeds in that location.
And that is additional to Exhibit A, even though Exhibit A is not shown on this drawing, correct?
Yes, that would be an additional to Exhibit A.
Commissioner
I think Jan was kind of saying this, but maybe an unintended consequence of making this a T intersection is westbound traffic on Willits will have it has a straight path right now, and that has high-moving traffic going down into that residential neighborhood. The schematic on Exhibit A will slow it down. It's going to force those cars to slow down to make that right-hand turn and go in. If you make it with a T intersection, it's still going to have cars.
As a straight shot.
As a straight shot, looking down Willits, going way faster than 23, down 25, down a hill.
So they're gonna go around like that?
Yes, it's just so when the car's heading westbound on Willits, it's going to have to turn a little left first. Then it's going to have to make a 90-degree right-hand turn. Slow it down to 5-10 miles an hour, as opposed to going 30, 35 down Willits. But Commissioner Baller's right. It's still going to have the faster traffic, but it's going to be headed towards downtown instead of Willits.
Commissioner Long.
I hate intersections that are offset. We have a few of them, and we've fixed a few of them. But I hate offset. That is a very high pedestrian traffic area, as Mayor Pro Tem Baller pointed out. I'm not a big fan of the Willits-Chester proposed change, with one exception. I think if you make the bump outs on the edges, and you make cars that are going around that turn slow down and stop and make that turn, you're going to have people rear-ending other people. I'm just saying, you're going to have that. I understand the speed, but as soon as somebody navigates that turn and if they don't get rear-ended and they're heading down Willits, they're going to drive what they're going to drive down that hill. I mean, there's probably going to have to be some other ways to calm that traffic down the hill other than that. I would actually do it where, I think the biggest problem with that intersection right now is you can't turn left, which is fine, understand why, is bring the cars that are going to go onto northbound Chester out and actually cut that bump out and make the bump out where the sidewalk is on the west side of Chester at Willits. Do the bump out there, so you bring the cars out straight, and so rather than looking like this, you're more looking like this, and you have a better view. Just my 2 cents. Whatever bump outs we can do that will calm traffic on where Bates comes out from the parking structure, I think would be great. I think that is a very busy intersection. I think it's hard to navigate when you're driving, let alone when you're a pedestrian. When you're coming out on Bates, I see a whole host of traffic offenses by people because they don't quite know when they're supposed to go and not go and what have you, believe it or not. So I think that area is in need of improvement. I'm just not really sure about the bump outs with regard to, and I had one last question, which was the one that has the, it's on page 460. Yeah, 460, where it's got the blue and the red. The blue that's coming down north, or it's going northbound, that's kind of that first blue one where you've got the left-hand turn and the right-hand turn onto Willits. Are you? It looks like it's blocking the right-hand turn lane. Is there going to be a lane on the inside of that? Is that what that's suggesting? Because it's not clear to me.
So this bump out right here would be in correlation with item or Exhibit C. Essentially, you're turning this into a 2-lane road here at this intersection of Willits and Bates, and so it would be potentially where you've got currently a left-hand turn and a right-hand turn. It'd be just 1 lane there, and then the existing right-hand turn would turn into 15-minute delivery zone, et cetera, in that location.
So then you're basically saying 1 lane to turn left or right. You'd be waiting for the car in front of you to turn left or right. Okay.
I'll let Commissioner Hay go first.
Okay, so going through them step by step. Exhibit A, I hear what everybody said, and just because you put a solid yellow line in the road just means that entitlement won't see it. So they're still going to turn across it, and we will get accidents because we've seen increasingly worse behavior from drivers all over the place, everywhere. We're not creating green space, we're moving green space, so I don't see any net improvement in green space there, it's just moving it around. I do think there's still something that could be done there because it does feel extremely awkward to be maneuvering in that curve. So I'm not entirely convinced by it yet. I think it's definitely on the way, but I don't think it's there yet, and I'm not sure I have enough of a view to suggest what it could be. Exhibit B, don't agree with this at all. The reason why, I don't think we need those bump outs there. We own the roads. We don't have to communicate with anybody else for the roads there. And it's extremely high pedestrian crossing. So make the lights longer. Make the crossing a lot longer. And then people can get across it safely. And by default, when you make that light timing a lot longer, the traffic slows down because they're going to have to sit and wait. And there's nothing that they can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Light turns red, now you're sitting. So I would actually work with the light timing there to make it a lot safer for pedestrians, because the other concern I have with those bump outs is we do have businesses along there that do need delivery trucks to come into them. And we are starting to make some of these turns rather difficult for the delivery trucks for the restaurants. And I've got some worries about they may have issues with just their supplies being dropped off. So Exhibit B, not a fan. I think there's a different approach, and I think light timing would actually be a lot better because it has the dual effect of slowing down traffic by default. Exhibit C, no problem with it whatsoever. 15-minute parking. We've got an experiment. It seems to be working. Turn it into a 1-lane street. That's going to help reduce traffic volume. Exhibit D, in my mind, I'm visualizing this bump out to be very similar to the one we have on Maple and the Southfield curve, where we've kind of got that raised curb. Is that the right sort of visual that you're thinking of, where a truck could ride up over it, but it's really trying to show you, don't drive here?
Yeah, potentially that, depending on the turning radius, once our engineer consultant gets in design. From this street view, it'd be this existing curb, see if you can move it out closer to the roadway itself. And it may be one of those things where it's, instead of having the Birmingham curb, it's what we call at Southfield, intersection of Southfield Maple, a mountable curb. So in case someone potentially does go over it, you're not worried about the top of the curb breaking off.
That's what I had inside my mind. The only concern I have after that is, again, entitlement means that they're just going to keep taking that curve tighter and tighter because the bulldozer can drive over it. And we're going to wipe out someone pushing their kid along the sidewalk. So in Andrew's world, I would actually put things like bell bollards on the edge of the curb there, because anyone hitting one of them, it's game over for their vehicle and nobody gets hurt. So I would look at something there that's a little bit more of an aggressive deterrent, but still gives enough space for a truck to turn, because I go back to my earlier comment about delivery trucks supporting the restaurants along there.
Commissioner Baller.
I think, I don't want to, me personally, I don't want to design these roads. I think for us, we have a policy decision that we probably are not equipped to make at 12:10 tonight without the input of traffic designers. But the policy decision is, do we want this road from Chester around to Willits and then through Oakland to Woodward? What it is effectively is a bypass. So if you're coming north on Woodward and you want to go west on Maple, you turn right on Oakland, you zoom past, and around the corner and out you go. If you're coming east on Maple, you turn left on Chester, zoom around, and you can go either direction on Woodward a whole lot faster than going through town. Now, maybe if you're going south on Woodward, you turn right on Chester and do that. But when you do that, you're subject to normal city streets with stop signs, left turns. So I think the question we have to answer, and maybe some other commission answered it in the past, was that, yes, we want this to continue to be a high-volume, relatively high-speed bypass, or we don't. And then let the traffic designers do whatever they do based on what we say. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Host.
Melissa, the B, and I'm talking about Willits and Chester, if you're coming up the hill westbound on Willits under this new configuration, can you make a left on Chester, or better stated, you make a left and stay on Willits?
Legally.
You're coming up the hill from the museum and...
So you're going east, not west?
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant east.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going east up the hill. Can you make a left there?
You could be able to make a left through here in this location.
You can't now.
Can't currently.
I lived there for 25 years. I used this every single day, and I did whatever I pleased. And all my neighbors did the same thing. And they're going to do the same thing here.
So it sounds like it's not necessarily just a policy decision. I'm sure that we're trying to balance traffic across the city, and make it walkable, inviting, safe. But it sounds like there's not enough comfort level with the questions that were raised tonight that there's going to be an approval for this. So, Melissa, is it possible to go back to the traffic consultant and the Multimodal Transportation Board and ask the questions that have been raised about the awkwardness on Exhibit A, about how to ameliorate the traffic going the other direction there for speed, and then I believe Commissioner Haig did not, had questions about, everybody likes C, Exhibit C, no issues. There's questions about A, B, and D.
B, you want to look at traffic timing
Yes.
modification for pedestrians.
Yes, Commissioner Haig wanted to know about truck turning radiuses and whether timing, signal timing could achieve the pedestrian safety that you're trying to go for there. Questions about awkwardness of the way those bump outs are designed, about the traffic on the other side, yellow, what could be done to prevent left turns, crossing the yellow lane, and about whether Commissioner's idea for a T would increase the speed, likely increase the speed on Willits. And then D, Commissioner Haig, I understand that one was hypothetical with turning radiuses, but questions about the type of bump out that would be used.
We can see if we can get it on, next multimodal board meeting is next Thursday, so we'll just see if we can get it on that agenda that gets posted this Friday, talking to our city consultant, so that way we can have a recommendation by multimodal board, again, next Thursday's meeting to bring forward on the March.
Yeah, it's not that the commission is trying to undo the work they've done, we just had additional questions.
And with that, it may not be, turnaround might not be able to hit the March 10th meeting, so it would be potentially not until the first meeting in April.
And is that acceptable? As far as construction schedule, or I don't know.
We might be able to have the engineer consultant work on the water main design on Bates Street currently right now. The goal was actually to issue this project for bids.
So you're saying slowing this down slows down something else?
Yeah, we were going to plan on issuing this project for bids on Thursday, May 1st. So with that, that was assuming a schedule of something getting approved here today. With that, everything will probably get pushed back a month. And then the contract award for this project would be in sometime in July instead of June.
Well, it is what it is, because if we're not comfortable with it, we're not comfortable with it. It's as simple as that, really,
All right,
unfortunately.
no action this evening. Thank you. We move to new business D, commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring the item up for future discussion. The next reasonable agenda, no discussion on the topic will happen tonight.
Matt?
Yes.
Quick item, I don't know whether it fits here, or comments, or wherever, it might require action. I watched the multimodal board meeting about Arlington and Shirley with keen interest, obviously. I think a couple of things came up. There were several points that were made that the city staff had to correct the board on. There were more that I think there was too many for Nick to correct all of them. One was our fault. I think when we said we want them to consider speed mitigation, and that was all they seemed to focus on, because we didn't say we'd like you to consider pedestrian safety or so one of the board members even said, I won't walk with my baby carriage on that street because it's dangerous. But speed was like, it wasn't about speed. So I think that it makes sense to clarify, if it's the pleasure of the commission, our intent with regard to what we actually want the multimodal board to consider for those streets. So when I made I think when the residents made their concerns known, and Commissioner Host and I brought it forward, I think implicit was pedestrian safety and perception, from the point of view of the pedestrian, does it feel safe to walk on that street, and what can be done? we're thinking, well, the thing to do is slow down traffic, so let's tell them speed mitigation. And they're like, well, the speeds are within reason. The speeds, I think, 30 miles an hour, 28, 20, something like that. Well, and that's good enough. It's no different than it was prior to the construction. And they're like, why should we even be considering this? Watch it if you want, you can speed it up. But to me, it was like, wait a second, you're missing the point. And so that's all I have to say. I think we ought to clarify our desire. Even though maybe they're working in the right direction, they're still saying, like, why are we even doing this? We told them what they ought to do, which was make the street narrower and put in sidewalks. And they didn't do it. So what, now they want us to tell them something else to do? Am I, okay, Nick's nodding his head that I'm being accurate in my portrayal.
I would just like to reiterate that you slow down speeds on streets by making them narrower, and you make pedestrians safer by placing sidewalks. And there is a very, very obvious missed opportunity. So as much as we can educate the public going forward that narrow streets are safer and sidewalks make pedestrians safer, I would be very much enthusiastic about such efforts.
So the options that we heard about this evening in the report, the manager's report, correct? One of them was curved, non-motorized. That's like carving a sidewalk out of the road, right? You can't park all the way over to the edge. The other ones were painted. They all functioned to narrow the street. If you would like to, so let's ask Ms. Ecker, if Commissioner Baller, or Mayor Pro Tem Baller, would like to, or Nick can comment, emphasize to the Multimodal Transportation Board that we're also concerned about pedestrian safety, and we'd like that to use that as an influence when they're reviewing these options that they've narrowed it down to. What would we need to do that? Does that take a motion? Or does that take
I
written
think you're
direction?
giving direction, and we can pass that along to the multimodal board.
Are you happy with that? Mr. Dupuis shaking his head yes.
Can I add one or two more things? One is to clarify, they seem to think why the commission acted. Now, I wasn't part of the decision, but my sense was there was a feeling that we needed to fix the water mains there. And that was a matter of public safety, and you didn't want to get into this protracted argument, and so that was why you did it. Not necessarily because there was some scientific or polling of residents, because they were like, well, residents didn't want this and they did want that. And really what it was this commission decided we need to get water to fire hydrants on that street.
Without a protected legal battle.
Right. And they seem to miss that point.
So it would seem that perhaps for the next Multimodal Transportation Board meeting, a written report that corrects the misperceptions that were made in the meeting, that emphasizes why the commission took the action it took, that it's not that we were not in favor of sidewalks or concerned about pedestrian safety, and that now that the water mains are in the street, we are going back and trying to figure out how to remedy the situation.
And I'll add one more thing, and then I'm going to shut up. There was also the concern about special assessments and who would pay, and there was little heed given to the fact that a huge amount of the opposition to this was over the assessments. People didn't want to pay. People are nodding their head. And inappropriately, I would say, questioning whether residents would have to pay for any further improvements, let's say. And there's been some discussion with, where'd you go? Melissa and the city attorney, Mary Kucharik, about that. And I think what I gather from that is at the point at which these assessments are finally made, then it's considered an improved road, and any anything we do beyond that point, the city has to pay for. If we decided to make these changes before the assessments were made, it's possible they could add that to the assessment roll, and the residents would have to pay. So it's all a matter of timing. But things are moving very slowly, so. Done.
All right. Commission items, discussion on items from a prior meeting. Commissioner Baller has already indicated that his item 2 he'd like to have addressed in March. And Commissioner Schaefer, would you object to
We can move mine.
moving those both? It doesn't have to be the next meeting. It has to be the next meeting with a reasonable agenda, that we look at those 2 items. All right, we now have a resolution to meet in closed session to hear a complaint brought by an employee of the city against the city manager. That is Ms. Kucharik?
That is correct. The opportunity to go into a closed session can be done pursuant to MCL 15.268, with the exception of 8(1)A. That will take a 2/3 majority vote. The request to go into closed session is actually being made by the employee, which is your employee, the city manager. And that is how the opportunity for the exception is made to go into closed session.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Second? We have a motion, any second? Any comment on the motion?
If we could clarify that motion,
Do you want me, okay. I'd like to make a motion to meet in closed session to hear a complaint brought by an employee of the city against the city manager to be apprised of and to evaluate the situation pursuant to MCL 15.268, Section 8(1)A.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Anthony Law.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Law.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
All right, and we will go into closed session at the conclusion of the agenda, or now?
Yes.
It's up to you.
I would conclude the agenda because we've got Ms. Chavez has been sitting there and there's something here for her.
Okay, so we'll go in at the conclusion of the agenda. We have removed from the consent agenda none. Communications, we have a letter. Reports, we have notice of intention to appoint to the Multimodal Transportation Board, the Parks and Recreation Board, the Cable Casting Board, and the Museum Board. Commissioner comments?
I'm going to beg off.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay? Do I need to do anything other than get up and leave?
I just have to
You
document
know,
that you
will
left.
we determine if he loses 50 cents or $1?
From your $5 pay. We're going to dock your pay per minute.
Enjoy your closed session.
Advisory boards, committees, commission reports and agendas, legislation, city staff. We have the second quarter financial and the second quarter investment reports. Are those presentations or just for our, nope. Any questions on those, Commission? None. We have the North Adams Road paving project report, which I'm sure we all read. All right, and then we have the SACRA quarterly report for January and the SACWA quarterly report for January.
We read them.
We read them. All right. So we are adjourning the meeting to go into closed session, and we will return only for the purposes of concluding the meeting?
That's undetermined yet as to
Undetermined.
whether or not you will be taking any action or not.
Okay, so we will be returning after the conclusion of closed session, and we may take action before we adjourn. So. Okay,
We're back.
We're recording. We have returned from closed session and concluded our discussion. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.